On this 1st of June, Henry de Kehlmark, the young Dykegrave, or Count of the Dyke, Lord of Escal-Vigor, was entertaining a large gathering in the manner of a joyous entry to celebrate his return to the cradle of his ancestors on Smaragdis, the richest and largest island in one of those haunting, heroic northern seas whose gulfs and fjords carve and cut the shores into countless archipelagos and multiform deltas. Smaragdis, or the Emerald Isle, belongs to the half-Germanic, half-Celtic kingdom of Kerlingalande. In the early days of Western trade, a colony of Hanseatic merchants had settled there. The Kehlmarks claimed descent from the Danish sea kings or Vikings. Part bankers, part pirates, men of action and learning, they had followed Frederick Barbarossa on his expeditions into Italy and distinguished themselves by an unwavering loyalty, the faithfulness of a thane to his king, to the house of Hohenstaufen. One Kehlmark had even been the favorite of Frederick II, the Sultan of Lucera, that sensual emperor, the most artistic of that legendary Swabian dynasty, who lived out the deep, virile dreams of the north in the radiant homeland of the sun. This Kehlmark perished at Benevento alongside Manfred, the son of his friend. Even today, a large panel in the billiard room of Escal-Vigor depicted Conradin, the last of the Hohenstaufen, embracing Frederick of Baden before mounting the scaffold with him. In the 15th century, in Antwerp, a Kehlmark had flourished as a creditor of kings, like the Fuggers and the Salviatis, and he was among those magnificent Hanseatic merchants who walked to the cathedral or the exchange preceded by fife and viol players. A historic, even legendary dwelling, part Teutonic fortress, part Italian palazzo, the castle of Escal-Vigor stood at the western tip of the island, at the junction of two very high dikes from which it commanded the entire countryside. Since time immemorial, the Kehlmarks had been considered the masters and protectors of Smaragdis. The upkeep and maintenance of the monumental dikes had fallen to them for centuries. The construction of these enormous ramparts, which had forever preserved the region from the floods and total submersions that had swallowed up several sister islands, was even attributed to one of Henry's ancestors. Only once, around the year 1400, on a night of cataclysm, had the sea managed to breach part of this chain of artificial hills and roll its furious waves into the very heart of the island. And tradition held that the fortress of Escal-Vigor had been vast enough and well stocked enough to serve as refuge and storehouse for the entire population. As long as the waters covered the land, the Dykegrave sheltered his people, and once they receded, he not only repaired the dike at his own expense, but rebuilt his vassals' cottages. Over time, these dikes, nearly 5 centuries old, had taken on the appearance of natural hills. Their crests were planted with thick curtains of trees, tilted slightly by the west wind. The highest point was where the 2 rows of hills converged to form a kind of plateau or promontory, jutting out like a spur or a prow into the sea. It was precisely at the tip of this cape that the castle stood. Facing the ocean, the dike was cut sheer, presenting a granite wall reminiscent of those majestic crags along the Rhine, in which the manor crowning them seems to have been carved. At high tide, the waves crashed against the foot of this fortress, built to withstand their fury. On the landward side, the 2 dikes sloped gently down, and as they spread apart, their branches formed a valley that widened out into a magnificent park of tall trees, ponds, and pastures. The trees, never pruned, spread their great fans, forever quivering with Aeolian arpeggios. Herds of fallow deer flashed like tawny lightning through the dense foliage, where cows grazed on the moist, succulent grass of an almost liquid green that had given the island its name of Smaragdis, or emerald. Despite the Kehlmarks' popularity in the region, the estate had stood uninhabited for the past 20 years. The current count's parents, two young and beautiful beings, had loved each other there so deeply that neither could survive the other. Henry had been born there a few months before their death. His paternal grandmother took him in, but she refused to set foot again in that country, whose intoxicating atmosphere and climate she blamed for the premature end of her children. Kehlmark was raised on the continent, in the capital of the kingdom of Kerlingerlande, and then, on the advice of doctors, he had been sent to study at an international boarding school in Switzerland. There, at Bodenberg Schloss, where his adolescence had unfolded, Henry was long a slender, graceful blond boy, slightly threatened by anemia and consumption, with a thoughtful, intense face, a broad domed forehead, faintly flushed cheeks, and a precocious fire burning in his large eyes of a dark blue verging on the violet of amethyst and the crimson of clouds and waves at sunset. His oversized head weighed down his sloping shoulders, his limbs were frail, his chest hollow. The young Dickgrave's delicate constitution even made him a target for bullying by his schoolmates, but he had escaped it through the force of his intelligence, a force that impressed even the teachers. Everyone respected his need for solitude and daydreaming, his tendency to avoid the usual diversions, to walk alone in the depths of the park with only a favorite author for company, or more often content with nothing but his own thoughts. His sickly condition only heightened his sensitivity. Migraines and intermittent fevers often confined him to bed, isolating him for days at a time. Once, just after his 15th birthday, he nearly drowned during a boat outing when one of his schoolmates capsized the vessel. He hovered between life and death for several weeks. Then, by a strange quirk of the human body, it turned out that the very accident that had nearly killed him triggered the healing crisis, the turnaround his grandmother had so long hoped for, she who loved him above all else and saw in him her last hope. Together with the young count's guardians, she had chosen this distant boarding school precisely because it was both a model college and a veritable health resort, situated in the most salubrious part of Switzerland. Before being converted into a cosmopolitan academy for young patricians from both hemispheres, Bodenberg Schloss had been a bathhouse, a gathering place for fashionable invalids from Switzerland and southern Germany. Henry's grandmother had counted on the healthy climate of the Aar Valley and the good regimen of this institution to restore life and vigor to the sole descendant of an illustrious line. Was not this idolized grandson the only child of children who had died of too much love? Kehlmark not only recovered his health, but found himself endowed with an entirely new constitution. A swift convalescence not only restored his former strength, but he discovered himself growing, filling out, gaining muscle, chest, flesh, and blood. With this surge of adolescence came a candor, an openness that his soul, too studious and too inward until then, had never known the warmth and balm of. Once a scorner of athletic pursuits, he now threw himself into training and ended up excelling at them. Far from sulking at rough contests as he used to, he distinguished himself by his fearlessness and tenacity. The boy who had once hidden in the cellars, in the old steam rooms of the former bathhouse, to avoid the exertion of a hike in the Jura, now shone among the most tireless mountain climbers. He remained, along with being a reader and a scholar, a great lover of physical feats and decorative arts, recalling in this respect the complete men, the harmonious souls of the Renaissance. When the dowager he adored died, he came to settle in the country of which, since his school years, he had cherished a fond memory, and whose impulsive, spontaneous inhabitants would surely appeal to his soul's hunger for exuberance and openness. The natives of Smaragdis belonged to that Celtic race from which the Bretons and the Irish spring. In the 16th century, intermarriage with the Spanish had perpetuated and deepened the dominance of dark blood over fair complexion. Kehlmark knew these islanders who stood out with their dark, nervous constitution against the pale, pinkish population surrounding them to be exceptional too, within the rest of the kingdom, for a stubborn resistance to Christian morality, especially Protestantism. When these lands were converted, the barbarians of Smaragdis had accepted baptism only after a war of extermination waged against them by Christians avenging the apostle Saint Olfgar, martyred with all manner of cannibalistic ingenuity, depicted in meticulous, almost professional detail in frescoes adorning the parish church of Zoutbertinge by a pupil of Dirk Bouts, the painter of flayed men. Legend had it that the women of Smaragdis had particularly distinguished themselves in this slaughter, even adding rape to savagery and treating Olfgar as the Bacchantes treated Orpheus. Several times over the centuries, sensual and subversive heresies had sprung up in this land of hot temperament and unyielding independence. In the kingdom of Kerlingerlande, which had become deeply Protestant, where Lutheranism held sway as the state religion, the latent and sometimes explosive irreligion of the people of Smaragdis was a constant worry for the consistory. And so the bishop of the diocese to which the island belonged had recently dispatched a militant pastor, full of cunning, a sickly and bilious sectarian named Balthus Bomberg, who burned to distinguish himself, and who had come to Smaragdis rather as if on a crusade against new Albigensians. No doubt his efforts at conversion would come to nothing. Despite orthodox pressure, the island preserved its original core of license and paganism. The heresies of the Antwerp men Tanchelm and Pierre the Slater, which 5 centuries apart had shaken the neighbouring lands of Flanders and Brabant, had put down deep roots in Smaragdis and reinforced its primal character. All manner of traditions and customs, abhorrent to the other provinces, persisted there in spite of anathemas and edicts. The Kermesse erupted into carnal storms wilder and more unbridled than in Friesland or Zeeland, famous though those were for the frenzy of their festivals, and it seemed as if the women were possessed every year at that season by the same bloodthirsty hysteria that had once driven the torturers of Bishop Olfgar. By that strange law of contrasts by which extremes meet, these islanders, now without any defined religion, remained superstitious and fanatical, like most inhabitants of other lands of phantom fogs and bewildering meteors. Their sense of the marvelous still echoed ancient theogonies, the dark, fatalistic cults of Thor and Odin, yet raw appetites mingled with their wild imaginings, and these fired their passions as much as their hatreds. Henry, a passionate soul with a daring philosophy, had told himself, not without reason, that given his affinities, he would feel at home in this beautifully savage and instinctive world. He was even inaugurating his accession as Dick Grave with an innovation that Pastor Balthus Bomberg was sure to thunder against from his pulpit. In fact, to flatter the native sentiment, Henry had invited to his table not only a handful of petty nobles and large landowners, along with 2 or 3 artist friends from the city, but he had also invited en masse ordinary farmers, small ship owners, lowly barge and sailboat captains, the lighthouse keeper, the lock keeper, the dike crew foreman, and even common labourers. Along with these locals, he had asked their wives and daughters to this housewarming. At his express request, everyone had donned the traditional national costume. The men were molded into jackets of bronze gold or blindingly russet velvet, opening over knitted vests embroidered with emblems of their trade, anchors, farming tools, bulls' heads, navvies' implements, sunflowers, seagulls, whose almost oriental riot of color stood out beautifully against the navy blue background, like a coat of arms on a shield. From wide red sashes gleamed buckles of old silver, wrought in a style at once primitive and touching. Others displayed the carved oak handles of their broad knives. The seafarers strutted in tall tarred boots, rings of fine metal adorning their earlobes, which were as red as seashells. The farmhands had their stocky backs and thighs strapped into trousers of the same velvet as their jackets, tight at the top and flaring from calf to instep. Their small felt hats recalled those of medieval law clerks in the time of Louis XI. The women sported lace-trimmed bonnets beneath tall conical hats with wide ribbons, bodices even more elaborately patterned than the men's waistcoats, with even more fanciful arabesques, billowing skirts of the same velvet and the same bronze gold as the men's jackets and breeches, chain necklaces wound 3 times around their throats, earrings of an antique, almost Byzantine design, and rings with settings as large as those on a bishop's ring. They were for the most part robust specimens of the dark type, of that passionate yet full-bodied race of dark, sinewy Celts with curly, unruly hair. Farmers and sailors, weathered and a little awkward at the start of the meal, had quickly regained their ease. With heavy but unaffected gestures, often naturally graceful, they handled knife and fork. As the meal progressed, tongues loosened, laughter and the occasional oath punctuated their guttural dialect, vivid and colorful, yet with unexpected moments of softness and velvet. True to his breach of etiquette, flouting all precedents, the host had the good sense to seat a farmer's wife, a barge captain's wife, or a fishwife beside each of his peers from the gentry, and conversely, beside each lady of the manor sat a strapping young cattleman or a brawny boatman. Kehlmark's friends noted that nearly all the guests were in the bloom or the warm prime of life. It seemed like a hand-picked selection of attractive women and well-built, shapely young men. Among the guests was one of the leading farmers of the region, Michel Gauverts of the Pilgrim's Farm, a widower and father of 2 children, Guidon and Claudie. After the lord of Escal-Vigor himself, the farmer of the Pilgrims was the most important man in Zoutbertinge, the village on whose territory the Kehlmark castle stood. During the young count's minority and absence, Gauverts had even replaced him at the head of the watering or council for the maintenance and protection of the alluvial lands known as polders, of which the Dickgrave was the chief. And it was not without a certain wounded pride that, upon Kehlmark's return, the farmer of the Pilgrims had found himself relegated to the rank of an ordinary member of the committee. But the young count's friendliness had quickly helped Gauverts forget this minor loss of authority. Besides, previously he had sat on the watering only as the Dickgrave's representative, whereas, as a juror, he had the right to take initiative and vote in the assembly. Moreover, had he not recently been elected mayor of the parish, a stout peasant, a fine-looking man in his 40s, not unkind but vain, with no real strength of character, he had been extremely flattered to be invited to the castle and to sit with his daughter at the head of the table. Backed by his cronies, above all coached and egged on by his daughter, the equally ambitious but far more intelligent Claudie, he embodied the civil prerogatives and immunities and stood defiantly up to Pastor Bomberg. For a moment he had feared that the Count de Kehlmark might use his influence to have himself appointed village magistrate, but Henry abhorred politics, the rivalries it breeds, the pettiness, the scheming, the compromises it forces on public men. On that score, Gauvaerts had nothing to fear, so he resolved to make a friend and ally of the great lord, to render the pastor powerless. This approach had been recommended to him by Claudy as soon as they learned of the lord of Escal-Vigor's arrival. To honor the mayor, the count had seated Claudy Gauvaerts at his right hand. Claudy, the brains of the household, was a tall, full-bodied girl with the temperament of an Amazon, voluminous breasts, muscular arms, a strong yet supple waist, broad hips, and a commanding voice. The very type of the virago and the Valkyrie, an opulent chignon of dark gold hair helmeted her wilful head and spread its locks over a low forehead, almost down to her bold brazen eyes, brown and fluid as molten bronze, which a straight flared nose, a greedy mouth, and feline teeth underscored with defiance and roughness. All flesh and instinct, only a tyrannical streak and a fierce ambition managed to rein in her appetites and keep her chaste and untouched up to now, despite the heat of her nature. Not a trace of sensitivity or delicacy, an iron will and no scruples about getting what she wanted. Since her mother's death, that is, since she was 17 and now she was 22, she had run the farm, the household, and to some extent the parish. It was with her that the pastor would have to reckon. Her brother Guidon, a youth of 18, and even her father the mayor, trembled when she raised her voice. One of the island's most eligible women, she had been much sought after, but she had turned away the wealthiest suitors, for she dreamed of a marriage that would raise her still higher above the other women of the region. Such indeed was the reason for her virtue, a magnificent, vibrant piece of womanhood. As hungry as she was alluring, she discouraged the advances of seriously intentioned men, even though she longed to surrender, to swoon in their arms, to match them embrace for embrace, who knows, perhaps even to make the first move, to take them by force if need be. To tame and drown out her urges, Claudy threw herself during the week into back-breaking chores and drudgery, and at the Kermesses she gave herself over to wild dancing, picked quarrels, stirred up brawls and rows among her suitors, then cheated the winner, overpowering him if necessary, affecting even greater brutality than his, going so far as to beat him and treat him as he had treated his rivals, then slipping away untouched. Or, if she did steal a furtive caress, tolerate some harmless liberty, she caught herself at the critical moment, recalled to prudence by her dream of a grand match. The moment she laid eyes on Henry de Kehlmark, she swore she would become the lady of Escal-Vigor. Henry was a fine figure of a man, a bachelor, fabulously rich by all accounts, and as noble as the king himself. Come what may, this proud female would marry him. Nothing could be easier than making him fall in love with her. Had she not turned the heads of every young man in the village, what extremes would the most eligible not have gone to in order to win her? The very idea that a man might refuse her if she consented to give herself to him. Claudy already knew, having caught glimpses in the park or on the beach, that the Count was accompanied by a young woman, his housekeeper, or rather his mistress. This cohabitation had only added fuel to Pastor Bomberg's righteous indignation, but Claudy did not worry too much about this woman's presence. Kehlmark could not care much about her. The proof was that the girl had not even shown her face at dinner. Claudy was quite confident she could have her dismissed and, if necessary, take her place while waiting for the wedding, sure enough of herself to give herself to Kehlmark and then force him to marry her. Besides, the Rubenesque girl judged this pale, dainty, vaguely anemic, scrawny creature to be rather insignificant, lacking the robust charm so prized by country folk. No, the Count of the Dyke would not hesitate long between that prissy thing and the magnificent Claudie, the most dazzling woman on Smaragdus, and even in all of Kurlingerlande. During dinner, she sized up the man with the lustful gaze and instinct of a bacchante, while at the same time appraising the furniture, the silverware, and the china with the eyes of a notary or an auctioneer. As for the value of the estate, she had known it for a long time, as did everyone in the village, that vast triangular valley, bounded on 2 sides by the dikes, and on the third by a fence and wide ditches, together with its cultivated land and woodland, represented close to 1/10 of the entire island, and public rumour also credited Kehlmark with properties in Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy. It was also said that his grandmother, the Dowager, had left him close to 3 million florins in government bonds. That was more than enough for the practical Claudie to consider Kehlmark a very eligible husband. Perhaps, had he not been rich and titled, she might have preferred him a bit more brawny and full-blooded, but she never tired of admiring his elegance, his aristocratic features, his ladylike hands, his beautiful ultramarine eyes, his fine moustache, and his carefully trimmed goatee. What the Dickgrave had of the reserved or the shy, the almost languorous and melancholy at times, was not lost on the sturdy girl. Not that she had any taste for sentimentality, nothing was further from her utterly material character, but because those moments of reverie in Kehlmark seemed to her to reveal a weak nature, a passive temperament, she would reign all the more easily over his person and his fortune. Yes, this noble gentleman must be as malleable and pliable as could be. How else could he have endured for so long the yoke of that creature, that girl, whom the decisive Claudie was not far from regarding as an intruder? The reasoning the strapping woman indulged in was not without logic.
If he let himself be snared and dominated by that stuck-up thing, how much more quickly would he be conquered by a real woman?
And Henry's manner did nothing to disappoint her. Throughout he displayed a feverish gaiety, almost the gaiety of a thinker too absorbed seeking to distract himself. He teased and flirted with his neighbor at table with such persistence that she already believed she had achieved her aims. This casualness of Kehlmark's finished scandalizing the few petty nobles invited to this eccentric feast, but they let nothing show. Inwardly mocking this absurd gathering, which they had only agreed to attend out of regard for the Dickgrave's rank and fortune, in his presence they pretended to find the idea of this housewarming supremely artistic, and exclaimed in admiration, "We leave it to the reader to imagine the terms in which they described this unseemly masquerade to the pastor and his wife, whose only flock, along with 2 or 3 pious women, these stiff and starched minor nobles made up. One after another they called for their carriages and slipped away with their prudish wives and heiresses. The fun only increased after their departure. The Count, who drew and painted like a professional artist, took pleasure, over coffee, in sketching a very fetching medallion portrait of Claudie, which he presented to her after it had been passed around the table to the wonder of the locals, who were increasingly charmed by the warmth of their young Dickgrave. Michel Gauverts in particular was overjoyed, flattered by the Count's attentions to his favourite child. Henry had been clinking glasses with her the entire time and never stopped complimenting her on her costume.
"It suits you beautifully,"
he said.
"How much more naturally you carry yourself in that outfit than that lady over there who has her clothes made in Paris."
And he nodded toward a very prim and overdressed baroness seated at the other end of the table, who, flanked by 2 easy-going old sea-dogs, had maintained since the soup course a disgusted pout and a haughty silence.
"Oh, come now,"
Claudie replied.
"You're joking, my lord. It's only because you told us to wear the local costume. Otherwise, I'd have dressed like the ladies of Upperside too." "I beg you,"
the Count answered.
"Don't ever do such a thing. That would be an act of treason."
And off he went on a paean to traditional costumes naturally suited to the particularities of the soil, the differences of regions and races.
Clothing completes the human type,
he declared.
Let us have our own personal garments, just as we have our own distinctive flora and fauna.
His vivid words seemed to paint and sculpt beautiful human forms harmoniously draped. At the height of his ethnological lecture, he noticed that the young peasant girl was listening without understanding a word of his enthusiasm. To entertain her, he set about showing her the various rooms of the freshly restored castle, packed with mementos and relics. Claudy took the Count's arm, and leading the way, he invited the other villagers to follow them from room to room. Claudy's eyes, like two burning coals, devoured the gold of the frames, the wainscoting and the torchères, the feudal tapestries, the displays of rare weapons, but remained blind to the art, the taste, the arrangement of these luxurious furnishings. Noble nudes, painted or sculpted, among them copies of Buonarroti's young men, framing the compositions on the Sistine ceiling, struck her only by their state of undress. She burst out laughing, throwing back her head with mischievous glee, or covered her face, playing shocked, her bosom heaving, and Kehlmark could feel her trembling and panting against his hip. Michel Gauverts followed close behind with the dazed, titillated crowd. Wags commented on the masterworks, ogling them, and before the mythological nudes made their pick with winks and gestures. Several times the mayor went to tell them to be more discreet. As he was returning from a fruitless attempt to call them to order, he said,
"There's one person who isn't happy to see you among us, my lord, and that's our pastor, Dom Balthus Bomberg."
Is that so?
said the Dickgrave.
How do I offend him? I don't attend services, I admit, but I believe I know as much as he does about religion, and when it comes to true, eternal virtue, I'm sure I can get along perfectly well with the good people of any faith. In fact, Dom Balthus declined my invitation today, hinting that such mixing of ranks offends his sensibilities. Now there's Christian charity for you. Charming attitude toward his parishioners.
You should know that he's already preached against you,
said Claudy.
Really? I'm greatly honoured.
He didn't attack you directly and was careful not to name you.
The mayor went on.
But the congregation understood perfectly well that he meant your lordship when he denounced certain fine young lords from the capital who flaunt godless ideas, and who, failing in all their duties, set a bad example for the humble parishioners by mocking, through their dissolute ways, the most holy sacrament of marriage. And on. It seems he went on for a good quarter of an hour, at least according to what my pious sisters told us, because neither I nor anyone in my household sets foot in his church.
Hearing this allusion to his false household, the Count's colour changed slightly, and his nostrils even betrayed a nervous twitch of anger that did not escape Claudy's notice.
Won't we have the honour of meeting Madame, or, how shall I put it, Mademoiselle?
asked the peasant girl, stammering with feigned awkwardness. Another fleeting expression of displeasure crossed Kehlmark's face. This shadow did not escape the shrewd village girl either.
Good,
she thought.
The little prude seems to have worn out her welcome already.
You mean Mademoiselle Blandine, my housekeeper? Said
Kehlmark cheerfully.
Please forgive her. She's very busy, and on top of that, terribly shy. Her greatest pleasure is to prepare and oversee my little gatherings from behind the scenes. She's something like my master of ceremonies, the general manager of Escal-Vigor.
He laughed, but Claudy found the laugh a bit strained and forced. On the other hand, it was with a genuinely tender inflection that he added,
She's almost a sister. Together, we closed my grandmother's eyes.
After a silence,
And you'll come to see us at the Pilgrims, my lord?
asked Claudie, slightly worried in her matrimonial calculations by the almost fervent tone of Henry's last words.
Yes, my lord, you would do us a great honour with such a visit,
the mayor insisted.
Without boasting, the Pilgrims has no equal in the entire kingdom. We keep only prize animals, award-winning stock, cows and horses, as well as pigs and sheep.
Count on me,
said the young man.
No doubt my lord already knows the whole country,
asked Claudie.
More or less. The landscape is quite varied. Upperside left me with the memory of a pretty little town with monuments and even an interesting museum. I once discovered a wonderful Franz Hals there. Ah, a chubby little flute player, the most marvellous symphony of flesh, fabric and atmosphere that this exuberant and virile artist ever conjured onto canvas. For that delightful little rascal, I'd give all the Venuses, even those of Rubens. I'll have to go back to Upperside.
He stopped, realizing he was speaking over the heads of these good people.
I've also been told,
he went on,
about the dunes and heaths of Clarvatch. Wait now. Aren't there some rather unusual folk out that way?
Oh, those savages,
said the mayor with patronizing contempt.
A pack of scoundrels, the only vagrants and paupers in the region. It's our guidon, my good-for-nothing son, who's been mixed up with them. Sad to say, he could be one of them.
I'll ask your boy to take me out there one day, Mayor,
said Kehlmark as he led his guests into another room. His eyes had lit up at the mention of the little flute player. Now they were veiled, and his voice had trembled with an accent of indescribable melancholy, followed by what seemed a sob disguised as a cough. Claudie continued to look right and left, estimating the market value of the curios and rarities. In the billiard room they had just entered, an entire wall was taken up, as mentioned, by the Conradin and Frederick of Baden, painted by Kehlmark himself after a print well known in Germany. The final kiss of the two young princes, victims of Charles of Anjou, gave their faces an expression of extreme, almost sacramental love, rendered by Henry with intense feeling.
That? Two young princes? The lords of one of my very distant ancestors. They're about to have their heads cut off,
he explained with a strange flippancy to Claudie, who was gaping at the painting with almost the eyes of a gawker accustomed to public executions.
Poor boys,
the big girl remarked.
They're kissing like lovers.
They loved each other dearly,
murmured Kehlmark, as though saying Amen, and he led his companion further on. When she naively pointed out the profusion of statues and academic studies of men among the paintings and marbles, he replied,
Indeed, they're works like those you'd find in Upperside or other museums. They furnish a room. For want of live models, I work from them.
And this time in an offhand tone, imitating, it seemed, the casual manner of those he was guiding. Was he mocking his guests, or keeping a check on himself? Following village custom, they had sat down to dinner at noon. It was 9 o'clock, and evening was falling. Suddenly, they heard the blare and boom of brass instruments. Torches drew nearer with the rhythms of fairground serenades, and cast into the dimness of the salons a glow like the northern lights.
What's this? Treachery! An ambush!
Exclaimed Kehlmark, putting on a look of intrigue.
It's our young men from the Guild of St. Cecilia, our brass band, come to welcome you, my lord,
announced the farmer of the Pilgrims with ceremony. Kehlmark's eyes gleamed with a sidelong fire.
Another time I'll show you my studio. Let's go welcome them,
he said, turning back and hurrying down the grand staircase, clearly delighted, it seemed, by this diversion, much to the inward annoyance of the cunning Claudie. The Govortzes and the other guests followed him down to the vast orangery, whose wide glass doors had been opened on the orders of the still invisible Blandine. The musicians of the guild had formed a semicircle at the foot of the steps. They blew with all their might into the wide-belled horns and hammered away conscientiously on the donkey-skin drums. All of them wore, with a few variations, the picturesque costume of the local men. On many, the outfit, threadbare and even patched, had acquired more character and charm than the brand-new clothes of the dinner guests. Some were frankly disheveled, without jackets, in shirt sleeves, their open smocks baring their strong necks down to the chest muscles. They were nearly all tall, sturdy young men, well-built and dark, recruited from every level of island society, from the farms of Zoutbertinge as well as the hovels of Klaarwatch. The guild, thoroughly democratic in spirit, merged the sons of notables with the male offspring of wreck plunderers and beachcombers. The youngest of these grandsons of wreckers, urchins with tousled hair, bright but fierce eyes, faces browned like the angels of Guido Reni, already muscular, their trousers held up by hemp rope for suspenders and ending at the knee in ragged fringes decorated with thorns and dead leaves, served as torchbearers for a few pennies. Under the pretense of reviving the flames, but really for the fun of it, they kept turning their torches upside down, spattering the ground with tongues of blazing resin, which they then stamped out without fear of burning their bare feet, the soles of which had grown hard as horn. In the Dick Graves' honor, the Guild of St. Cecilia played very old local tunes that took on an indescribable harmonic patina in the perfumed warmth of the evening. One in particular moved and delighted Henry with its melody, plaintive as the ebbing tide, the gale across the heath, and the rhythmic grunting of dike workers driving piles. These labourers, or rather their foremen, sang it to give their men courage during the work. Each harnessed to a rope, they hoisted the heavy pile driver in unison and let it fall. Legs braced, torsos bending low, backs rising in rhythm. The tune could also be heard aboard the fishing sloops. Sailors took their instruments with them and, with their rhapsodies and rustic airs, whiled away the sometimes dreary hours and the flat calms of the open sea, their lament and longing matched to the panting rhythm of the waves. One of the lads, a student at the Upperside Music School, had arranged a song for brass band. The small bugle shrilled out the shifting, slightly hoarse melody over an accompaniment of tubas and trombones that evoked the deep bass of the waves. Kehlmark studied the bugle player, a teenager better built and more slender than the boys his age, with an arched back, amber skin, velvety eyes beneath long black lashes, a fleshy and very red mouth, nostrils flared with mysterious sensual instincts, thick planted black hair, and advantageously moulded inside his shabby suit, which clung to his form the way fur clings to the elastic limbs of cats. His body, gently swaying and twisting, seemed to follow the undulations of the music, performing in place a very slow dance, like the trembling of aspens on those summer nights when the breeze is reduced to the breeding of plants. The sculptural arch of this young rustic, who combined the muscular definition of his peers with some indefinable concern for line, reminded Kehlmark precisely of the Pipe Player by Franz Hals. This youth was a marvelous living tableau of the canvas in the Upperside Museum. His heart tightened, he held his breath in the grip of an overwhelming fervour. Michel Govertz, noticing the attention the Dickgrave was paying to the young soloist, took advantage of the pause that followed to approach the boy and drag him rather roughly by the ear, at the risk of bruising it, over to Kehlmark. Nothing could convey the expression at once pitiful, startled, and ecstatic on the little bugle player's face when he was suddenly brought before the Dickgrave. It seemed as though all the sublime anguish of a martyr were concentrated in his eyes and on his lips. Along with Gaidon, Henry felt himself the target of all those mocking eyes. Claudie watched her brother with hard, hostile looks. Henry sensed that the mayor was belittling and disparaging his son to flatter Claudie, his favorite. Between this rough, almost mannish girl and this rather refined little peasant boy, the friction must have been excruciating. Perceptive as he was, Henry imagined violent quarrels in the Govards' household, and his heart constricted strangely at the thought. Moreover, Claudie seemed visibly irritated by the attention the Dick Grave was showing this rejected child, cast out, living almost on the margins of the family.
"Listen, Mayor, we'll talk about it again,"
Kehlmark said.
"Perhaps there'll be a way to make something of this dreamer."
Vague enough words that committed him to nothing, but as he spoke them, Henry couldn't help turning his eyes for a moment toward the young shepherd, and in that look the boy read, or at least believed he read, a promise far more serious than what the words themselves contained. The poor lad felt a joy full of hope and soothing promise. No one had ever looked at him that way before, or rather, he had never read such kindness in anyone's face. But surely the young rebel was mistaken. The Count would have been foolish to take an interest in a parishioner so deceptively recommended by the farmer of the Pilgrims. Who would want to saddle themselves with this wild creature, this bad seed?
If only Claudie doesn't say too many bad things about me to him,
thought the little shepherd, pained to see the Dick Grave drawn away by the formidable sister. But Kehlmark withdrew to give orders to Blandine. Drinks were served to the musicians. When the Count returned to clink glasses with them, how was it that he happened to miss tapping his glass against the one held out to him, oh so devoutly, by the mayor's son? The boy felt a moment of sadness, but immediately returned to savouring the tender look from before. He drifted away from the drinkers to wander through the reception rooms and admire the paintings in his turn, while ostentatiously courting the buxom Claudie. Henry often stole furtive glances at the young bugle player of the guild. He caught the boy's expression, at once thoughtful and rapt, as he stood before the painting of Conradin and Frederick, to which Claudie had earlier given only the attention of someone reading about famous trials and executions. The Dyke Grave had drunk glass for glass with the rough serenaders. He even seemed a touch tipsy, which was hardly shocking to them, the natives of Smaragdis, solid drinkers like all northerners. The company, eager for exercise, spilled out into the gardens and onto the beach, which rang with heavy horseplay and rowdy shouts. The commotion even startled a pair of seagulls in the trees along the dike, and Kehlmark, who was strolling with Claudie on the terrace overlooking the sea, watched the creatures circle for a time with plaintive cries around the lighthouse lantern, and granted them a wave of poetic sympathy that his companion never suspected for an instant. What connection did he imagine between their wildness and his own anguish? Then he went back to making light-hearted conversation with the mayor's daughter. Meanwhile, the guild brothers were calling for their little bugle player, and since he was lingering endlessly in the rooms before the paintings, they went to fetch him and dragged him, however reluctantly, to the far end of the park. Henry no doubt exaggerated their teasing intentions toward young Govards, for he headed with Claudie, strangely drawn toward their rowdy groups. His approach intimidated them and cut short the hazing they were about to inflict on their whipping boy. Yet a kind of modesty or concern for appearances prevented Kehlmark from intervening directly on behalf of his protégé. He turned away from him and even refrained from speaking to him, but while flirting with Claudie he raised his voice, and Guidon quite innocently imagined that the Count meant to be heard by him. At last, the band decided to head back to the village. The drum beat the recall. After some final somersaults on the grass, the little barefoot urchins of Klarvach ran to relight their lanterns. The band took the lead of the procession. The Count walked them to the main gate and then watched them, to the measured beat of their favorite march, vanish into the great elm avenue running between the chateau and the village. Claudie, skipping along on her father's arm, praised the Count of the Dyke, or rather his fortune and his luxury, but without yet confiding in the farmer the grand plan she had conceived. Little Guidon, head held high, played his part with unusual bravery. His bugle seemed to challenge the stars, and the whole time Guidon was thinking about the master of Escal-Vigor. In the echoes of his fanfare he hoped to recapture the tones of the Dickgrave's gentle voice, and it was also something of his deep gaze that he searched for in the velvety darkness, a strange contradiction. Despite this enthusiasm, the poor boy felt his heart heavy, his throat tight, his eyes on the verge of tears, and sometimes it was cries of distress, calls for help, that his brass sent out to the distant protector who was still listening, no less moved with sympathy, long after they had faded away beneath the particularly solemn elms. Blandine, the young woman who cast a shadow over the ambitious Claudie, the one the Count had called, not without mockery, the steward, the manager of Escal-Vigor, was approaching 30. To look at her, fair, delicate, with reserved manners, features marked by extreme nobility, a melancholy and proud bearing, carefully dressed, one would never have guessed her humble origins. The eldest daughter of very small peasants, dairy farmers and market gardeners from one of those harsh Flemish regions divided among France, Holland and Belgium, up until about her 16th year she could have rivaled the young farmer's daughter of the Pilgrims in voluptuous curves and clumsy manners. Her father remarried, and, to compound the poor girl's misfortune, she was the only child of the first marriage. He died after giving her a host of half-brothers and half-sisters. Blandine's stepmother wore her out with work and beatings. She was brave and stoic, a true beast of burden. Not only did she help her second mother with the household chores and took care of washing, watching and tending her younger siblings, but she worked in the vegetable garden, herded the cows and walked to the town market every week, loaded down with milk jugs and baskets of vegetables. Later, often in hours of solitude, bent over her sewing, Blandine would conjure up her native region and, in particular, her father's cottage. The cottage is capped with house-leek and moss. The crumbling walls hide their cracks behind a tangle of honeysuckle and wild vine. In the yard, pigs frolic near the manure heap. Among chickens, they startle and white pigeons that fly up onto the roof with that plaintive flutter of their wings. A black dog with short hair of the Spitz breed, at once a vigilant guard and a sturdy draught animal, yawns in its kennel, and through the cat flap cut in the stable door, 2 cows chewing fresh clover can be dimly seen. Blandine would continue to conjure up for many years on Smaragdis the surroundings of her family farm in the Campine country. The Net runs not far from there and indulges in meandering detours. One of its dead branches disappears behind the garden into the marshy pastures. The green Drevilles, little lanes of scraggly alders and humpbacked willows, wreathed in season by fragrant honeysuckle, accompany like jealous chaperones the course of the Silver River, which, down there at the edge of the village, turns a watermill to the great delight of the children. The steward of Escal-Vigor remembers, beyond the meadows and the crops, a bleak stretch of heather, in the middle of which rises a hillock where black, misshapen junipers crouch like a gathering of carbutus, sprites of the moor, around an isolated beech tree, a tree so rare in that region that a passing bird must have dropped the seed. This miraculous tree obviously called for one of those little figurines of the Virgin, enclosed under glass in a miniature shrine, which simple folk hang with remarkable instinct in the most romantic spots of their parishes. That mound recalls the open-air chapel where Joan of Arc heard her voices. Little Blandine showed from the tenderest age a strange blend of exaltation and intelligence, feeling and reason. She had been raised in the Catholic faith, but from her earliest catechism lessons she recoiled from the narrow letter of the law and clung only to the spirit that gives life to everything. As she grew older, she merged the idea of God with conscience. This is to say that as long as she believed she had faith, her religion had nothing in common with that of sanctimonious hypocrites and pious frauds, but was a generous and noble religion. Poetic sensibility and imagination coexisted in Blandine with a broad and honest sense of life. Brave and skilled, if she had the imagination of a good fairy, she also had the fairy's industrious fingers. As a woman managing the household of a lordly estate, she sees herself again as a girl, a little cowherd, in the shade of the beech tree overlooking the vast Campine plain. In her mind, Blandine listens to the tree frogs croaking in the puddles and savours, as she once did, the incomparable aroma of brush fires from cleared land, which the breeze carries for miles, shepherds' bonfires tracing their spirals of smoke at dusk, and at nightfall their pale scattered flames, soul of the infinite plain, wild fragrance, harbinger of the region that anyone who has breathed it will never forget. It was from this poetry, somewhat fierce and sad, but warm and vigorous, inspiring duty and even sacrifice, and anonymous acts of heroism, that Blandine had been steeped when she was still a hard-working little peasant girl who nonetheless found time to dream and admire despite the harsh and constant labors to which her stepmother yoked her. There was one particular time of year that especially stirred the pseudo-chatelaine of Escal-Vigor with nostalgic longing: the approach of June 29th, the feast of Saints Peter and Paul, the day when contracts between masters and servants are dissolved. These changes of servants serve each year as the pretext for a celebration that Blandine remembers with voluptuous and soothing melancholy. On Smaragdis, the scent of lilacs and elderflowers is enough to bring back the setting and the players of those rustic pageants. A fine sun stirs the fragrances of the hedges and groves. The quail nestled in the wheat trills sensually. No one works in the fields. In their eagerness for pleasure, the men have abandoned here and there the scythe and the billhook, the harrow and the drag. If the fields are deserted, along the back roads it is a procession of market carts covered in white canvas, loaded not with vegetables and dairy products as on Fridays, but freshly painted, decked with flowers, their hoops braided with ribbons, driven at full speed by teamsters in their Sunday best, dazed and cocky, with buxom country girls bouncing about in the back, no less delighted, dressed in their prettiest finery. These farmhands had come to collect the servant girls that morning, in ceremony, from their former homes and drive them to their new masters. And since the men aren't due at their destinations until evening, they will take advantage of the long summer day to get to know their future companions of sowing, fieldwork, and harvest. Often the day labourers of a single parish, workers for small farmers, borrow a hay wagon from a large farmer and pool their money for the horses. Every crew, barn threshers, winnowers, harvesters, cowherds, hay turners, takes a seat on the cart, transformed into a rolling orchard where red, chubby faces burst among the branches like ruddy apples. Fly nets drape the powerful horses, for the horse flies are fierce along the oak groves, but the mesh of the netting disappears beneath buttercups, daisies and roses. Cavalcades form, carts headed to the same villages, or returning from the same steeples, jolt along in a line, carrying together their new legion of servants. A dazzling, raucous parade, an apotheosis of the works of the soil by its devotees. In their wake, The air throbs with fragrance, light, and music. Ploughmen and ploughboys, their blue smocks trimmed with a scarlet ribbon, their caps wreathed with a leafy branch, a branch for a goad, lead the procession like postilions or caper along the verges, some straddling their mounts with legs spread wide on the broad-backed horses, others sitting sideways in the saddle, legs dangling on the mounting side, the way you see them at dusk on the paths after a day's work. Their booming voices echo from one village to the next. There's another Rosenland, a land of roses, say the children who come running at their approach near the church, for people have named these joy wagons Lands of Roses, after the refrain of the ballad the men sing only on this day. We'll go to the land of roses, the land of roses that last a day. We'll mow the prettiest flowers like hay and stack them in ricks so high and sweet they'll poke the moon in the eye and make the sun sneeze. Dances break out at the doors of the taverns. The lands of roses, the name has passed from the carts to the human cargo, invade the room with a racket like a witch's Sabbath. At each stop they fill an enormous watering can with beer and sugar and, after removing the sprinkler head, pass it around from couple to couple. The girl, helped by her partner, takes the first sip of the drink, then, with a gesture recovered from heroic times, she arches back, her bare arm almost as powerful as those of the men in the group, grabs the handle of the improvised vessel, brandishes it, lifts it above her head, and ends by tilting it toward her escort. One knee on the ground, the thirsty man puts his mouth to the spout of the reservoir and pumps away relentlessly, with a blissful expression that little Blandine compared, despite herself, to the ecstasy of communicants receiving their god on feast days with full pealing bells. The groups have brought along a fiddler or an organ grinder, but indifferent to melody and rhythm, whether scraped or cranked. It is always the same clock dance, the lads dance, always the same chorus, their chanting voices bellow. We'll go to the land of roses. The serfs are lords and the poor are rich. A whole year's wages jingle against their knee in a pocket as deep as a seed bag. A day of feasting, a country fair shaking up the resigned priests of the earth. Warm mornings hatching romances, stormy evenings instigating bloodshed. Not without reason do the gendarmes keep their distance while watching the lands of roses. They are pale and nervously twisting their moustaches, the gendarmes, for toward evening, in the hour of reckoning, the fierce and the jealous give them a rough time. These good fellows who clink glasses with such warmth are ready at the slightest provocation to hurl their mugs at each other's heads and tear each other apart like roosters. From hugging his neighbor so effusively, the expansive chap has ended by pressing him so tightly against his chest that he's knocked him down and somewhat bruised him. Not all these revelers are having a good time, but all of them are drowning out their thoughts. They drown their worries in beer and smother them in noise. They drink, some to forget, perhaps to dull the longing for the familiar roof and faces they are leaving behind. Others, on the contrary, to celebrate their freedom from the old yoke and to greet, full of confidence, their new home. Most of them hit it off right away with their future comrades and declare themselves on the spot to the sturdy girls hired alongside them. And these good-natured souls, these blameless creatures for whom thinking would be an effort, savor, without weariness and without restraint, to the point of abandon, headlong, the powerful charm of this truce when they are free with their words, their gestures, and their bodies. They have the frenzy of a dog let off the chain, the dizziness that birds born in a cage must feel on their first flight into open sky, and the boundlessness of their happiness makes it almost as piercing as extreme suffering. At moments you cannot tell whether they are weeping or laughing until they cry, whether they are wriggling with delight or writhing in convulsions. Since the journey is long and the day is full, around noon they stop in front of the main inn of the town and unhitch the horses. The workers collapse onto the benches of the great hall before steaming platters, but despite their ravenous appetites and the intoxication of their emancipation, expressed all day long in oaths of fierce crudeness hurled at God, his Virgin, and his saints, they do not forget, between two signs of the cross, to bring together their broad calloused hands. Later, Blandine came to a precise and vivid understanding of all these feelings and sensations through the memory of what she had experienced and endured during one of those memorable feasts of Saints Peter and Paul. Although she was barely past 13 at the time, she was more overworked at home than the most wretched servant, her stepmother having turned kind for once, perhaps to humiliate her by lumping her in with the hired hands, allowed her to climb onto a large Rosenland chartered by subscription. The little girl, rosy-cheeked and round-faced, with opaline eyes shifting from sky blue to sea green, gratefully took her share of these servants' pleasures. The expansive good humour of these poor souls cheered her up too. She took a naive delight in sitting enthroned on that flowering, boisterous cart, and in drinking sweetened beer at the stops designated by the leader of the carload. The lads paid for the beer, the girls for the sugar. Blandine contributed her share of powdered sugar in turn. She laughed, sang, and danced like her companions. Thinking no harm, the liberties taken around her frightened her no more than birds chasing each other through the branches or insects dancing in a shaft of sunlight. At dinner time she shared the meal of the other Rosenlands, then went off again in their wake, swept along in their trail of feasting and caresses, feeling like their little friend, unable to bring herself to leave them. But toward evening, a languor, a softness, a strange unease came over her. The kisses and embraces around her took on the extravagance of dreams. Nothing frightened her. She found herself in an extremely accommodating frame of mind. Night has fallen. No one pays attention to Blandine anymore. Each servant girl is spoken for, but Blandine will have to wait at least 3 more seasons before a decent young man takes an interest in her. Her turn will come. That is what the lads tell her in passing, with an anticipatory tribute, through their moist or shining eyes, through their brushing thighs. The child reads in those eyes and feels in those bodies nothing but a slightly rough sympathy, that's all. Around her the warm air tickles and prickles heated skin. Worked up for hours, the ambient desire grows frantic. Soon Blandine will no longer remember the last rounds of drinking and dancing in which she took part. But what intoxicates her is far more this fermentation of robust youth around her than the scent of roses and sweetened beer. Almost sleepwalking, nearly faint with well-being, she climbs back onto the Rosenland or gets off with the others. And the endlessly repeated refrain contributes to her state of half-wakefulness. Meanwhile, across the countryside, the white canopied carts with their garlands of flowers roll more slowly. Farmhands and servant girls hear a rustle and feel on the backs of their necks something like a maddening equinox breeze. It is the warm breath of the couples slumped on the benches behind them. The women sigh, the men pant. The little girl finally falls asleep, lulled by this atmosphere headier than the gusts of the haying season. Since no one offers to take her home, it would be time for her to get off and turn back, for the others are not yet thinking of return, and the land of roses is far from the last stop on its pilgrimage to the shrines of drink. For the rowdy band, the real fun is only just beginning. At last they decide to wake the youngest. One of them will set her on her way and catch up with the land of roses at the next stop. But the little girl thanks the young man. No need for him to bother. She'll find her way back to her father's cottage on her own. Sometimes on market days she comes home even later, and in what weather and by what roads. The obliging fellow simply points her in the right direction. Listen, little one, you'll cross the heath over there, angling from right to left. You'll come to a pine wood, which you'll leave on your right. Blandine is barely listening. The voice no longer even reaches her, for she has set off at a determined pace. "Good night to all," she called back to them with confidence. Their answer is lost in the crack of the whip and the clatter of the land of roses setting off again. Blandine had never been afraid. Besides, tonight the whole countryside is celebrating, isn't it? Who would think of harming a child? Earlier at the table, after the heavy meal, they had told plenty of terrifying or distressing stories. For instance, when someone expressed surprise that a certain Arian, known as the king of the winnowers, long in the service of a farmer in the parish, was not among them, one of the absent man's companions informed the group that the fellow had gone wrong since their last celebration. So badly wrong that his employer hadn't thought it necessary to wait for the next St. Peter's Day, the traditional date, to dispense with his services. Despite his skills, the king of the winnowers had been dismissed on the spot for poaching from the henhouse in competition with the martens, weasels, polecats, and other lovers of poultry. Unable to find a master to hire him, he must be lodged for the time being in one of those shelters that the generosity of the state provides for vagrants. The table had shown token pity, not without yawning and stretching, for the bad luck of a former companion, a life of the party, a hearty eater, and all the rest. But, as one of the lads had observed while relighting his pipe, this was no time for dwelling on misery, and agreeing with him, they had quickly moved on to other topics. How is it that while crossing the heath, little Blandine keeps thinking stubbornly about the king of the winnower's misfortune? Although Ariane is not quite a stranger to her, she has no connection to him. He had worked a season not far from her home. Through the barn door, Blandine used to catch fleeting glimpses of him at his work, bare to the waist, pinkish and moist, handsome enough in the half-light. In rhythm, the winnowing fan beat against his calloused knee and ended up wearing through his canvas trousers, always patched in the same spot. Blandine, trotting along, stops humming the refrain of the day to recall the winnower's song.
Fan, winnow, fanfala, chaff, fly, fancy, fanla.
If her heart does tighten a little as she quickens her pace, it is not from anxiety for herself, but from a kind of pity for the fallen man. The tender night lends itself to such vague thoughts. The translucent darkness recalls dark gemstones. The shadows sparkle as though the fragrances saturating them, too intense, had suddenly caught fire. The intermittent glow of fireflies harmonizes with the chirping of crickets. Suddenly, just as it seems to the little straggler that the crickets are intensifying their nerve-wracking music, Blandine is shoved, seized, thrown down on a mound by a human form that has lunged from behind a gorse bush. The attacker pushes up her skirts, rummages among her adolescent flesh, gropes her, sighing with force but without brutality, and ends by taking her. Ariane, the name she would have cried out upon recognizing the king of the winnowers, stuck in her throat, choked back by terror. She feels a brief pain, like a tearing in her belly, followed almost immediately by a strange bliss. Has her being been doubled? Endowed with a new kind of sympathy, she has been projected outside herself to dissolve into infinite delight. While he holds her beneath him, She feels above all mesmerized by the winnower's rolled-back eyes, and afterward she will always associate the pleading of those eyes with the livid glimmering of fireflies, the scraping of crickets, the dying notes of the Lands of Roses refrain, and the rhythm of Ariane's old song.
Fan, winnow, fancy, fanla.
The prowler got up, still panting, his breath more ragged than during his labours of old, and having helped her up in turn, he held her by the wrists for a few seconds, looked at her with a gratitude mixed with remorse, and walked off, adjusting his clothes, his legs slightly unsteady. She never forgot his swarthy face, and the zigzags his silhouette traced through the still air before disappearing into it. Blandine dragged herself, more distressed than outraged, back to her house, and, as she lay down, she resolved never to tell anyone what had happened to her. It was instinctive solidarity more than a sense of shame that dictated her silence. In truth, she could not bring herself to hold a grudge against the brute, at first so imperious, then so overwhelmed, almost sheepish. She was even convinced he would have asked her forgiveness if he had dared, but tenderness and a certain gratitude made him almost as timid as violent desire had made him unrestrained. A few days later, Blandine learned that big Ariane had been arrested in the area, caught by the gendarmes as he was swimming across the net. Her wretched violator had become a dangerous repeat offender. She swore to keep silent more than ever, anxious to spare him further trouble, a harsher sentence. But the poor girl had not reckoned with nature's betrayals. She became pregnant. The stepmother, with pharisaical virtue, raised a great outcry, tore her hair, pretended to despair, but she was delighted by this plausible excuse to punish her victim and give free rein to her cruel instincts. She may even have hoped, when sending the child off with the Lands of Roses, that someone would deflower her.
Day of judgment and damnation,
thundered the shrew.
Shame and triple scandal. Our good name is ruined. Slut of sluts. What an example for your brothers and sisters. It's lucky for you that your honest father is dead. He'd have done you in like the bitch you are.
She ordered Blandine to explain herself.
His name? Tell me his name.
Never. Forgive me for disobeying you, mother.
His name. Will you talk? Take that.
A slap, then a second.
His name?
No, mother.
Oh, you refuse? We'll see about that. His name. Because he has to marry you.
You wouldn't want him for a son-in-law, mother.
You wretch! So you admit he's worthless. He's so low than your lover that we, filthy as we are still too good for him. But this isn't about marriage. The scum who corrupted you is going to prison because you're underage, even if you're ripe and precocious as an alley cat. Come now, it was surely one of those Lands of Roses, some drunken swineherd who had his way with you while thinking of his favorite sow. Don't think you'll save him, because the judges will wring a confession out of him, or his friends will give him up.
This time she answered with spirit, and not without pity.
No, it wasn't any of the Lands of Roses. It was a poor man, a stranger more wretched than the lowest of them. I'd never seen him before, and he wasn't even from around here. He seemed sad, I thought. One of those people you gladly give alms to. I wouldn't have refused him anything. And I didn't even know until these last few days what I had given him.
Miserable hypocrite, you're lying.
The shrew landed fresh slaps on the girl, demanding each time that she talk, and when Blandine kept fighting back, she began beating her with her fists and feet. To keep up her courage under the blows, Blandine smiled to herself and thought of the tall young man with the freshly bronzed skin and sad, pleading eyes. She found it satisfying to endure something for this hunted, reviled man. Her stepmother dragged her across the floor, infuriated by her calm. Then, indifferent to pain, stubborn in her devotion, Blandine began singing the Ave Maris Stella, one of the hymns for the month of May. As the blows kept raining down on her, she summoned in her mind the dry clatter of Ariane's winnowing basket against his knee. Faint but morally unshakable, she blended the two songs together, the hymn and the labourer's villanelle, and, closing her eyes, she merged into one fervent memory the swirls of incense and the dust rising above the winnowing basket, the perfumes of the church and the sweat of the farmhand.
Van, winnow, van vala, chaff, fly, vanchi, vanla, winnow, ave, maris, Stella.
Seeing her covered in blood, the madwoman dragged her to the pig trough, locked her inside, and had one of the children bring her a jug of water and a hunk of bread. The next day, the market gardener's wife tried to press her again, but she would have collapsed herself before getting out of Blandine what she wanted to know. Exhausted from the struggle, the virtuous peasant woman had her daughter taken in hand by the priest. He was fatherly and smooth.
"What's all this, little Blandine? Am I really to believe what your worthy mother tells me? Playing the stubborn one, are we? Rebelling, after sinning, refusing to name the accomplice. That's bad, very bad indeed."
Father, I confessed my sin to my mother, and I'm ready to confess it to you, but I can't bring myself to inform on anyone.
Now, my child, how dramatic we're being. And what if I, your pastor, decided that you must give us the name of this criminal?
I would still refuse, Father.
And as the priest, taken aback by this defiance, fixed her with a hard stare, Blandine burst into tears.
Yes, I would refuse, Father. I wouldn't give that name even to God himself if his providence didn't already know it. That man is miserable enough as it is. To name him would only bring him a new sentence. They'd keep him in prison even longer because of me.
The innocent child had been well educated in recent days about human laws and the conventions of justice and injustice.
"But,"
the priest objected,
"you love this wretch, then?"
I don't know if I love him, but I don't hate him.
"Yet he did you harm, my child."
Perhaps. I'm even willing to believe it, since you say so. But, Father, doesn't the Catechism teach that we must forgive our enemies, love even those who hate us?
The priest grumbled but did not press the matter. The peasant woman, nosy and prurient, changed tactics and tried at least to find out whether the child had been taken by force. Blandine, to better throw the bloodhounds of justice off the trail and cover for the poor wretch, claimed she had not tried to resist his assault. But for a time, with her stepmother persisting in suspecting one or another of the local lads, poor Blandine had suffered painful scruples. By refusing to give up the real culprit, wasn't she exposing these decent fellows to being harassed, maybe even convicted? Fortunately, it was easy for all of them to establish their complete innocence. The worthy young men were extremely upset about the affair, especially the one who had offered to walk Blandine home and who now blamed himself for not having accompanied her against her wishes. At times, the magnanimous child even entertained the idea of going to find the man who had dishonored her, the man who would not dare make amends for his crime, not only because he had committed an offense in the eyes of the law, but because in the eyes of society, the status of a bastard and an unwed mother would be preferable to that of the legitimate son and lawful companion of a thief and a vagabond. Blandine, growing ever more passionate, felt equal to defying every unjust convention, religious or social. Since that fateful feast of Saints Peter and Paul, a calling of devotion and sacrifice had taken root in her heart, sharp and relentless. Her mind was made up. She would go to the prison, she would see Ariane to forgive him, she would exonerate him with a noble lie, accusing herself of having given herself to him willingly and of having hidden her age. Built as she was, Ariane could easily have believed in good faith that he had only seduced a woman of age. It was settled. She would accept being the wife of a thief, a convicted criminal. But what mysterious premonition stopped the girl in her search of charity and made her sense that her hour had not yet come, that a being far more wretched and accursed than this innocent chicken thief was waiting for her somewhere? Yet she still hesitated. Muffled battles continued to rage inside her, when events rendered any sacrifice pointless for the time being. Blandine brought a dead child into the world. This outcome disarmed the parish's vindictiveness and put an end to the scandal. The sin having been atoned for in this way, even the stepmother treated the poor girl with less cruelty. The brothers and sisters stopped tormenting Blandine and shunning her like a diseased animal. They accepted her help, and she won the grace of being allowed to devote herself to the family's well-being. Some time later, her mother died. Blandine, then 15 years old, proved herself truly heroic in temperament, though utterly simple. She took charge of the household, attended to countless tasks, shouldered every burden, raised the children, and never rested until she had placed each of them well, the boys as apprentices, the girls in service. The brave little mother managed so well that she ended up more than rehabilitated. The priest himself was the first to marvel. His admiration was tinged with a kind of stupefaction. The courage and character of the slip of a girl confounded him. Around this time, the Dowager de Kehlmark, having given up her tedious grand household and its large staff to retire to a charming villa in the capital's fashionable district, was looking for a trustworthy person who would serve as something between a lady's companion and a chambermaid. One of her old friends, who spent summers in Blandine's village, praised the courageous girl to her at the priest's own suggestion, without omitting the misfortune she had once suffered. As it happened, this particular detail in her references was precisely the sort of thing to win the sympathy of Henry's grandmother, who hired her the moment she presented herself. And what a sweet, graceful village girl she was! She radiated health and integrity. The lines of a Greek statue, modernized and enlivened by rosy cheeks, clear, trusting eyes of the palest sapphire blue, a mouth with a graceful, melancholy curve, ash-blonde hair, slightly wavy, parted in smooth bands across an immaculate ivory forehead, of medium height and admirably proportioned. In her peasant clothes, she looked like a girl of quality disguised as a shepherdess. For her part, Blandine had felt drawn to the 70-year-old woman of great breeding, but free of arrogance or affectation, whose broad philosophical outlook would not have been out of place in the age of the encyclopedists and Diderot. A woman of generous culture and without prejudices, if she remained to some degree attached to the idea of noble birth, it was because, comparing herself to the upstarts around her, she had been forced to acknowledge the superiority of feeling, tone, and education in a class that was shrinking steadily and being snuffed out even more effectively by the vulgarity of mercenary marriages than by the guillotine and the September massacres. But in return, she considered truly aristocratic those high qualities of heart and mind found at every level of society. To possess them was, in her eyes, as good as a patent of nobility and more than made up for a family tree. Malvina de Kehlmark, born de Taxandry, once a beauty whose looks the almanacs of the Muses had declared oceanic around 1830, had bright eyes of pearly grey-blue English-style ringlets, a hooked nose, and witty lips. She was tall, lean, and wiry, with a queenly bearing, what painters call the line, made all the more stately by long trailing dresses of black velvet or satin with wide lace sleeves, Mary Stuart caps, an opulent and severe style studded with the garnets of her rings and brooch, the latter a sphinx head carved in onyx and crowned with a tiara of diamonds and rubies. In this formidable woman there was nothing pedantic or prudish, nothing coarse either, kind without sentimentality, even brusque and teasing, but affectionate, loyal, infinitely sensitive. Not the least bit sanctimonious, abhorring only treachery, duplicity, and baseness of soul. This evangelical atheist was bound to get along with this highly unorthodox Christian. The dowager gently mocked what she called Blandine's mummeries, but never interfered with the rather limited practice of her religion. With her cheerful, optimistic, rebellious temperament, Madame de Kehlmark was a contrast to the prematurely serious and steely character of this young woman she nicknamed her little Minerva, her Pallas Athena. The old lady amused herself by educating Blandine, teaching her to read and write, until she had turned her into her reader and secretary. But above all, she instilled in Blandine a devotion to her grandson, her Henry, who was then studying at Bodenberg Schloss. Madame de Kehlmark told Blandine candidly that he was her only prejudice, her superstition, her fanaticism. She was forever talking to her companion about this little prodigy, this precocious and complicated child. She read and had Blandine reread the schoolboy's letters. Blandine answered these letters at the grandmother's dictation, but very often she was the first to find the right word, even the tender turn of phrase the old lady was searching for. She ended up writing the entire letter on her own, from the outline her mistress gave her, and the dowager admitted that Blandine's style was even more maternal than her own. The dowager also showed her portraits of the young count, and the two women never tired of poring for hours over the iconography of their idol. From a daguerreotype showing him as a squirming baby, 1 foot bare on his mother's lap, to the most recent photograph, showing a slender first communicant with large, too intent eyes. At first, Blandine had pretended to take an interest in everything about young Kehlmark, bringing up the subject herself, solely to please the kind old lady and flatter her touching concern. But gradually she caught herself sharing this worship of the absent one. She loved him deeply before she had ever seen him. Later events would show that this attachment owed more to a higher, more providential influence than to mere auto-suggestion.
How tall he must be by now, and strong, and handsome.
The two women would speculate. They described him to each other, each adding flattering touches to the other's image of him. How Blandine longed to see him. She even languished waiting for him. Then sinister news arrived from Switzerland, just when the holidays should have brought him back to his grandmother. Henry had fallen ill. Blandine had never known such anguish. She would have flown to the schoolboy's bedside if she hadn't been kept at the grandmother's side, the old woman herself hovering between life and death as long as her grandson remained in danger. Then what jubilation when Blandine learned of the young man's recovery. The prospect of this cherished child's homecoming did not make Blandine the less anxious of the two women. She counted the days and childishly crossed them off on a calendar, just as the schoolboy must have been doing over there. When Henry rang at the villa gate, it was Blandine who opened it for him. She thought she was seeing a god. All her blood rushed back to her heart. She adored him instantly, reverently, without self-interested hope, without ambition, for his own sake, and understood that by living always in the young Kehlmark's presence, she would have everything she desired, the entire purpose of her aspirations. Later, she gained a better understanding of what had happened inside her from that first decisive encounter. But this complex impression can only be defined through the successive stages of this narrative. In short, Henry made a strange and powerful impression on the devout Blandine. In this thunderbolt, prepared by a surging tide of sympathies, there was a mixture of fear, heartbreak, and admiration, perhaps even a touch of that hidden pity we feel before things that are rare, ephemeral, almost incompatible with ordinary life.
Ah, you must be Mademoiselle Blandine, the little fairy my grandmother has praised so warmly.
The young man said, extending his hand to the maid.
I'm very, very grateful for the care you've given her,
he added with a touch of shyness. The two young people quickly fell into an easy camaraderie. Behind her cheerful manner, Blandine hid the deep and serious love that possessed her. Was it because she knew she belonged to Kehlmark for life that she resorted to none of the wiles by which a woman secures a lover? This absence of flirtation helped put this shy, moody adolescent at ease, ill-suited as he was to gallantry. There were days when he was very attentive to her, other days when he watched her with peculiar looks or seemed to avoid her, even to flee from her. 3 years have passed. It is May, near nightfall. The Dowager de Kehlmark is dining alone at the home of her old friend, Madame de Gasterle, as she does every month. Blandine will go to collect her at 10 o'clock. Henry has withdrawn to his room where he is working, or rather claims to be working, for the hour and the season incite the imagination to curiosity and restlessness. Through the open window, the young count hears the accordions and barrel organs of a working-class neighborhood, separated from him by several acres of pleasure gardens, distributed among the dowager's villa and those of the neighbors, divided by hedgerows. For several evenings now, the mournful gusts of brass playing taps in an artillery barracks at the edge of the neighborhood have reached Kehlmark, along with the fanfares of lilacs waving their plumes just beneath his window. They are also building nearby. The structure will be roofed tomorrow, and all day long the young patrician has listened to the masons drawing silvery music from the bricks they tap with their trowels. Several times, drawn to it, he has leaned out and seen the laborers, white-dusted and tawny, fresh-faced country boys, hods or mortar boards on their shoulders, unconscious acrobats, scaling the scaffolding and braving the heights. Sometimes the foliage hides them from view, then suddenly they emerge above the treetops in dramatic relief, living flesh against the indifferent blue of the sky. Why does his heart swell with unspeakable longing when, after sunset, he watches them pull their rough blue smocks over clothes as smeared as a pallet? It will be even worse the day after tomorrow, when they are finished. Their harmonious activity, like choreography, had become a habit that pleased his eyes, and he foresees that he will miss them, these good fellows. One in particular, a nimble blonde, better built, more boldly curved than the others, who struck poses of hip, knee, and shoulder without trying that would drive a sculptor to despair.
Some of these labourers will be snatched from their picturesque trade by the barracks,
Kehlmark mused, hearing the bugle calls, perhaps theirs, dying away in a rustle of leaves and a wave of fragrance. Labourers, peasants, uprooted from their villages, soldiers in barracks, longed for distant villages, aching church steeples, piercing homesick hearts. This chain of fleeting associations turned in Kehlmark's mind into a heady rustic reverie from which there suddenly detached itself, like a symbol, the image of Blandine, not the Blandine of the present, but the little peasant girl as she had revealed herself to him in retrospect, the poet enamored of strength and the open countryside.
She's upstairs getting dressed,
he told himself, for the hour to join grandmother was approaching. Sleepwalking, his eyes drunk with visions of country roaming and desperate embraces, he climbed the stairs to the girl's room. Though she was in her chemise, Blandine felt barely a shiver at this intrusion. It was as if she had been expecting him. She was in the middle of combing out her luxuriant hair as it floated over her shoulders, and, fragrant with lavender and the aromatic herbs of her homeland, she turned to him with a trusting smile. He took her hands, but barely looking at her, his gaze searching absences, horizons beyond, even closing his eyes to probe those receding vistas, and he guided her, unresisting, without a word, toward the freshly made bed. She, trembling and enraptured, kept smiling and gave herself as to another vagabond. Why, before the climax, did he remember the accordion music at dusk through the blooming lilacs and the young villagers pulling their blue smocks over the dead leaves of their work clothes? Was it because those rough country boys might have come from his lover's homeland? In glory, he communed through her with an entire rustic humanity. It was the strength, the flavor, the raw fleshy gesture, the flesh of the soil, the village sap that he loved in Blandine on this nuptial evening. That time and those that followed, he possessed her in the thought of the desires she might have kindled in sturdy rural labourers, in the tawny, steaming, bare-chested frenzy of a village bacchanal. At one moment, Blandine had caught a glimpse of his half-open eyes. What abyss did she discover there? The abyss attracts, and love is partly made of vertigo. Without surrendering to the full joy she had hoped for, without swooning as she had in the phosphorescent header in the arms of the king of the winnowers, she felt, from her brain to her core, a more tragic tenderness for the young Count de Kehlmark, for she had glimpsed in Henry's eyes an infinite anguish, in his embrace the clutching of a drowning man, in his kiss the gasping of a murdered man calling for help. She had given herself to him, overwhelmed by his intellectual superiority. She always brought respect and humility to their relations. Ariane, the healthy and beautiful brute, Blandine was now convinced, had never been consumed by erotic torments comparable to those that stoked the flesh and imagination of this young patrician, too cerebral, too speculative. Even as she adored him, she always approached him with a certain unease, the little death of a swimmer at the first touch of water. She found him strange, volatile, almost frightening. At times he gave off the sadness of blighted landscapes. He was sombre and murky as a canal running through a suburb cluttered with rubble and slag. The twilight that weighed on and off upon his thoughts passed like a film across his beautiful blue gaze. At the height of his fits of kindness and tenderness came reversals, coldness, sudden withdrawals. Constant inner conflicts tore his character apart. No matter, from Kehlmark's first appearance, she had felt herself in the presence of a mysterious being in whom spoke an unknown voice she would forever strain to hear. She had devoted herself to him without hope of salvation, as to a god who would forever banish her from his paradise, and when she looked at him, her eyes held the expression of martyrs searching the clouds in vain for the flight of angels that is slow to come and carry them away. And yet she still did not know the rites and the worst ordeals of the religion of love to which she had consecrated herself. Their carnal season did not last. When their physical bond loosened and then dissolved, Blandine was hardly distressed and barely surprised. Yet she loved him more passionately than ever, and she kept for him an idolatrous gratitude for the tribute he had paid her, counting herself happy and proud of his attachment. The dowager had suspected their intimacy, but she never knew how far their love had gone. She smiled at this affection, for she was growing accustomed to thinking of Blandine as her granddaughter, as Henry's sister, if not his wife. Madame de Kehlmark also admired her grandson, but clear-sighted, alerted by her very devotion, she sensed that he was exceptional to the point of abnormality. Something told her, too, that the young Count would be unhappy if he was not already. She was alarmed by the restlessness, or rather the agitation, of his genius. He worked in bursts. shut himself in his room, spent weeks without going out, reading, writing verse, composing scores, saturating his soul with Beethoven, Schumann and Wagner, daubing canvases, sorting his papers. Then these excessive withdrawals gave way to periods when he felt a fierce need to lose himself, when he took pleasure in roaming disreputable neighborhoods, haunting sailors' dives and boatmen's taverns, indulging in wild night roaming, disappearing for days on end, spending entire carnival seasons without seeing his bed, and when he finally collapsed into it, like wreckage washed ashore or a hunted, wounded animal that has managed to drag itself back to its den, spent, demolished, it was only to stay there for days more, sleeping, sleeping, and sleeping still. One can imagine the anguish the two women endured. Most often they had no idea what had become of him. When he set out on these expeditions, he took care not to say where he was going, just as on his return he kept silent about how he had spent his time and the nature of his haunts. How could these wild episodes be reconciled with the filial devotion he maintained toward his grandmother? On returning from these escapades, he wept like a child, begged the old lady's forgiveness, but, he said, it was stronger than he was. He had needed the change, the tumultuous diversion. He had needed to lose himself, to intoxicate himself with motion and noise, to drive away God knows what preoccupation, for on that point he refused to explain. Or else he blamed headaches, neuralgias, lingering effects of his serious illness long ago at school. One day, at Madame de Kehlmark's urging, he took Blandine to the most riotous ball of the season. Toward dawn, under cover of their dominoes, he dragged her into lower dance halls, got her mixed up with random masqueraders, made her share in vulgar pleasures, in surroundings that intoxicated him like cheap liquor without giving him joy or even the illusion of joy. People in town noticed that he hardly mixed with those of his own class, and that he sought instead the company of struggling artists and writers, or even the lowliest hangers-on. Hostile to etiquette and social codes, he did not appear in a single drawing-room. His tastes and inclinations presented strange contradictions. For instance, this same connoisseur who bought rare prints and prized fine bookbindings also collected the cast-off clothes and tools of the poor, sailors' knives, and grimy admission tickets to working-class dance halls. After displaying great warmth, the young Kehlmark would retreat into a fierce reserve. Even his joy was disordered, and a hoarse edge in his voice sometimes betrayed its dark undercurrent, to the point that Blandine long doubted he had ever known a single day of true serenity. His pleasure grimaced, his laughter grated. He seemed to carry inside him that acrid smoke Dante speaks of, portando dentro accidioso fumo. He seemed bent on smothering a secret affliction, on silencing some unnameable remorse. In his deep ultramarine eyes there was often provocation and defiance, but when he stopped composing his face, his eyes flooded with that boundless heartbreak Blandine had first glimpsed in them, the heartbreak that had bound her to him for life. A heartbreak like the terror of a cornered animal, of a condemned man climbing the scaffold, or better still, the gaze at once sinister and sublime of a Prometheus who has stolen the forbidden fire. Generous to the point of extravagance, passionate about just causes, revolted by the baseness of the crowd, sensitive to a fault, he reached the point where he could no longer tolerate disagreement and flew into rages against anyone who dared cross him. One day, when Blandine tried to take back from him a sweet child of poor visitors to Madame de Kehlmark's, a child Henry had grown fond of, he lost control so far as to chase his friend with a dagger and wound her in the shoulder. The tension broke instantly, and wild with despair, he was horrified at himself, threatening to turn the weapon on himself that he had aimed at Blandine. Justifiably alarmed by this incident, the dowager arranged, without his knowledge, so as not to upset him, a meeting with a celebrated physician who came to the villa on the pretext of asking Kehlmark about a bibliophilic matter. The doctor studied the young man at length under the cover of a conversation about science-based literature. After seeing the Countess again, the doctor diagnosed a nervous irritability whose cause they searched for in vain. As a precaution, he prescribed a hydrotherapy regimen, swimming, fencing, skating, horseback riding, and declared that moreover he had found no organic lesion or morbid defect in the patient. On the contrary, he claimed never to have encountered a more supple intelligence, sounder judgment, or such loftiness of vision in a more vibrant nature. And he ended by congratulating the grandmother, saying with that blunt professional candor, "Madame, either I am a perfect fool, or this passionate young man will do honor to your name. Your grandson has genius. He is cut from the cloth that the future draws on for its artists, conquerors, or apostles."
If only he were cut from the cloth of those blessed with happiness,
sighed the dowager, not ambitious, but touched nonetheless by these predictions of glory. While waiting for these brilliant forecasts to be borne out, Kehlmark threw himself back into the gymnastic exercises at which he had excelled at school. Unfortunately, he brought to these sports the same fever and excess he put into his words and actions. He took delight in daredevil feats, swam across rivers that were too wide, sailed in rough seas, broke in stubborn and vicious horses. One day his horse bolted and galloped along the railway line abreast of an express train, neck and neck with the locomotive, until it collapsed, dragging its rider down with it. Kehlmark got away with a sprain. Another time, the same horse, extremely skittish, hitched to a dog cart, took fright at a mason's wheelbarrow left in the middle of the road and, after a terrifying swerve, tore off at a frenzied gallop across a tree-lined square until it crashed into a lamppost, taking the carriage with it. Kehlmark and his groom were thrown head over heels, but got back on their feet at once without a scratch. The horse emerged unscathed from the collision. As for the carriage, smashed and twisted, a bystander lured by the prospect of a tip agreed to wheel it to the coachmakers. A local shopkeeper hurried to offer his horse and carriage to Monsieur de Kehlmark. Night was falling. The dowager was expecting Henry for dinner, and he was far from home. The groom drew his master's attention to the extreme agitation of the horse, which was pricking up its ears and snorting, still trembling, and advised him to accept the tradesman's offer. But the Count agreed only to borrow the carriage. The overexcited horse was hitched to the shopkeeper's vehicle. Kehlmark took up the reins. The groom climbed onto the seat, not without grumbling. Against their expectations, the horse seemed calm and set off at a normal pace. But as they came out onto a viaduct near the station, they spotted below the ramp a crowd gathered in front of a petroleum train that was blazing, shooting flames as high as the buildings.
"Careful, Monsieur le Comte! He's going to start up again! If I were you, I'd turn around,"
suggested Landrian, the servant. And he made as if to jump down. But Henry stopped him by whipping the horse and giving it its head, so that the terrified animal plunged at a trot through the throng.
"In God's hands,"
the Count had said with a contemptuous smile. Defying the servant's dire predictions, this animal, that a scrap of paper or a dead leaf was enough to spook, crossed through the crowd and trotted, without showing the slightest panic, through the crackling flames, the hissing water from the steam pumps, and the shouts and commotion of the onlookers.
"All the same, sir, that was a close call,"
said Landrian once they had passed the danger zone. And he grumbled resentfully under his breath.
"Games like that, he'll end up getting himself killed. That's his business, but what right does he have to risk my skin?"
Indeed, it seemed as though the Count was looking for ways to come to harm. What pain could he be suffering to hold life in such contempt when two loving women were doing their best to make it so bright and comfortable for him? Now the Countess and Blandine were going through agonies even worse than before. The poor grandmother hoped to reconcile him with life by indulging his most extravagant whims, but at the rate he was going, he would ruin himself in both wealth and health.
What will become of him when I'm gone?
The worthy woman wondered.
He'll badly need a loving and sensible companion, a woman of order, a guardian angel of deep and absolute devotion.
Out of a lingering prejudice, Madame de Kehlmark did not go so far as to recommend marriage to those she called her two children, but she would not have discouraged it either. When she was alone with Blandine, she expressed her fears for the young Count's future.
He would need,
she said,
a true saint, a shield for this great dreaming child, to guide him through life. Someone who, without brutally tearing him from his illusions, would gently lead him by the hand down the paths of reality.
Blandine promised from the depths of her soul to her benefactress that she would always watch over the young Count and never leave him unless he sent her away. The dowager would have liked to make their union permanent, but she did not dare broach this delicate subject with Henry or share with him her dearest wish. From so much gnawing worry, her robust health began to deteriorate, and her condition worsened day by day. She watched death approach with the proud resignation drawn from the writings of her favorite philosophers. She would even have welcomed it with the joy a worker, overcome by the fatigue of a hard week, feels at the thought of Sunday rest, if the fate of her dear boy had not tortured her with anguish. Henry and Blandine were at her bedside, lulled by the dying woman's calm, unable to believe the end was so near. They say that the nearness of death grants the dying the gift of second sight and prophecy. Did the Dowager de Kehlmark foresee her grandson's troubled future? Did she hesitate to ask Blandine to bind her fate irrevocably to Henry's? In any case, she did not voice her final wish. With a smile full of ineffable entreaty, she merely pressed their joined hands together in a kind of sacrament, and she passed away, sad not to die, but to leave her children behind. In her will, she left Blandine a sum large enough to ensure her independence and allow her to set up on her own, but even had she not promised the revered dead woman, the young woman would have stayed with Henry de Kehlmark for life. When, a few months after the grandmother's death, the Count, increasingly disgusted with the banal, conformist world, announced to Blandine his plan to settle at Escal-Vigor, far from the capital, on a lush and wild island, she simply said,
"That suits me perfectly, Monsieur Henri."
Despite their intimacy, she rarely failed to precede the young man's name with this respectful form of address. Kehlmark, not yet having fathomed the absolute devotion she felt for him, had imagined she would use the deceased's generous bequest to return to her native Campine and look for a suitable husband.
"What do you mean?"
he asked, intimidated by the look of pained surprise that had spread across the young woman's face.
"With your permission, Monsieur Henri, I will follow you wherever you choose to settle, unless my presence has become a burden to you."
And tears of reproach trembled on her lashes, though she made an effort to smile at him as she always did.
"Forgive me, Blandine,"
the clumsy man stammered.
"You know perfectly well that no company, no presence could be more precious to me than yours. But I don't want to take advantage of your selflessness. After you sacrifice some of the finest years of your youth caring for my venerable grandmother, I can't allow you to bury yourself out there in a wasteland with me, in a compromising situation, exposed to the gossip of malicious bores. I can allow it even less now that you're free, since the dear departed tried to repay your devoted service by ensuring you'd never have to depend on anyone, you could make a good life for yourself.
He was about to add,
and find a husband.
But the increasingly distraught eyes of his housekeeper made him feel that such a remark would have been abominable.
Yes,
he continued, taking her hands and looking at her with those enigmatic eyes in which there was both unease and exultation.
You deserve to be happy, very happy, my good Blandine. You were so affectionate, even better than I was, her own grandson, to our beloved dead. Ah, I caused her so many worries. You know something about that. You were her confidant. I broke her heart, not on purpose, but cruelly all the same. And perhaps through my erratic temperament and my many escapades, I hastened her end. But believe me, Blandine, it wasn't my fault. No, I never did it on purpose. There was something else, things that nobody, not even you, could understand or imagine. Fate, the inexplicable, was mixed up in it.
Here his gaze grew cloudier still, and he wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, no doubt wishing he could just as easily rid himself of an obsessive image.
Whereas you, Blandine,
he added,
you were nothing but balm, smiles, and tenderness to her. Ah, let me go, my poor child. This is the moment for us to part. It will be better for you, if not for me.
He turned away in turmoil, on the verge of tears himself, and moved off with a gesture of pushing her away, but she seized eagerly the hand that presumed to banish her.
You can't mean it, Henry,
she cried, with such a pleading tone that it struck the young Count to the heart.
Where would I go? After your saintly grandmother, you're the only one I have left to love. You are my reason for being. And please don't talk to me about sacrifice. The years I was lucky enough to spend with Madame de Kehlmark could never have been more beautiful. I owe everything to your grandmother, Monsieur le Comte. Oh, let me humbly transfer to you the debt I contracted with her. You'll need a steward, an administrator to handle your affairs, manage your fortune, run your household. Your mind is too full of radiant and noble ideas for you to trouble yourself with all these mundane material details. Counting and calculating isn't your strength. For me, it's my life. It's all I know. Come now, Monsieur l'Artiste.
She became adorably coaxing.
Be generous. Don't send me away this time. Allow me to keep the position I held with the Countess. If she were here, she herself would intercede for me. Unless you're thinking of getting married?
Married?
He exclaimed.
Me, married?
There was no mistaking the tone of those words. The Count de Kehlmark was clearly averse to any marital bond. Blandine could barely hide her joy. Laughter broke through her tears.
Well then, Henry, in that case, I'm not leaving you. Who will look after your great chateau out there? Who will take care of you? Is there anyone who knows your tastes better than I do? Anyone more attentive to satisfying them? No, Henry. Separation is impossible. You can no more do without me than I could exile myself from your presence. Look, even if you had married, I would have wanted to live in your household in the background, invisible, obedient, nothing more than your humble servant. Yes, if you wish, I'll be nothing more than your faithful factotum. Oh, Monsieur Henri, take me with you. You'll see, I won't be a nuisance. I won't bother you with my presence. I'll fade into the background as much as you require. Besides, I may as well tell you, Henry, it was your grandmother's wish. Keep me on, at least out of respect for the dear departed.
And, deeply moved, Blandine burst into sobs again. Kehlmark too felt shaken to the depths of his soul. He gently drew the young woman to his chest and kissed her on the forehead like a brother.
Very well. Let it be as you wish,
he murmured.
But may you never come to regret it. Never reproach me for this fateful consent.
As he spoke these last words, his voice trembled and grew muffled, as if under the threat of some inescapable catastrophe. Along with Blandine, the Count de Kehlmark had brought to Escal-Vigor his only servant, the same one who had been with him during the carriage accident. Thibault Landrillon, son of a forest warden from the Ardennes, was a stocky, solidly built little man, reasonably well put together. Having spent a long stretch in the barracks, he retained the look and manners of the scrounger, the heartbreaker and troublemaker, as he liked to say in his barrack-room slang. Round-faced, he had brown eyes glinting with lewd moisture, a little pug nose, fidgety thick lips of a minium red that signalled both cruelty and sensuality at once, a brush-stroke of a moustache like a comma, cheeks flushed with the threat of rosacea, small curled and hairy ears like a satyr's, bristly unkempt hair, a coarse and mocking way of speaking, rolling hips, and bowed legs. A low-class pleasure-seeker, he hid beneath a surface joviality and a good-fellow patter, a grasping and scheming soul. His crude antics and colourful outbursts had a way of amusing and cheering the pensive and perpetually preoccupied, perpetually tense Lord of Escal-Vigor, much the way clowns and court jesters once distracted and dispelled the melancholy or latent remorse of a tyrant, a depraved libertine who had dragged himself through the cesspools of debauchery, a stable hand from head to toe, his character as steeped in manure as his smock and boots. The fellow oozed the spirit of the lowest riffraff. His cap cocked over one ear stood in for the soldier's beret. His hands were always shoved deep in his trouser pockets, a stubby pipe jammed in one corner of his mouth, or a plug of tobacco rolled from cheek to cheek, wreathing himself in acrid jets of spit or suffocating puffs of smoke that seemed to spice and colour his vocabulary. No kindness could have touched or softened him. Toward his master, who had after all picked him up out of the gutter despite a dishonourable discharge and deplorable references, he harboured the envy, the resentment and the grudge of the beggar against the rich and the scoundrel against the well-born, a savage hostility masked beneath a street urchin's bravado. His seemingly carefree attitude concealed a desperate craving for crude pleasures, since from luxury and wealth, temperaments of his sort covered only the purely physical sensations that money can buy. As for the intellectual pleasures Kehlmark enjoyed, Landrillon considered them so much foolishness. The Count showed great tolerance toward this rogue. He smiled to hear him recount his exploits in dive-bars and rooftop garrets. Where Landrillon was particularly priceless was in his misogynistic routines, his paradoxical and degrading tirades against a sex that, if he was to be believed, had nevertheless shown him no shortage of its favours. As long as they had lived in the city, Landrillon hadn't lodged with the dowager, but above the stables some distance from the villa. Madame de Kehlmark had never been able to get used to the antics of this monkey. Now the rascal was well and truly installed in the household and, as they say in the barracks, if he was playing his cards close to his chest, he had at least figured out his strategy. No way he'd spent his whole life content with the scraps and petty swindles of a dishonest servant. The groom's plans were far more ambitious. If the rough-hewn Claudie aspired to become the Countess de Kehlmark, Landrillon, for his part, had resolved to marry the chateau's housekeeper. It goes without saying that he had immediately guessed the relationship between Henry and Blandine, but, not the least bit squeamish, he'd be perfectly happy with the master's leftovers. The stewardess of Escal-Vigor was a tasty enough morsel in the eyes of this connoisseur, but he'd marry her above all for the sake of the nice pile of cash she'd managed to wheedle out of the old lady. For his part, our lady killer hadn't drawn a bad number in the lottery of natural charms either, and on top of that he had some tidy savings. Still, the proper Blandine somewhat intimidated this braggart who was used to impressing kitchen maids. The thing was, she looked like a real lady, the girl. She'd certainly do him proud, presiding behind the counter of a fashionable sporting bar where bookmakers and gullible young gentlemen would come to congregate. But you had to start, my boy, by getting on the lady's good side. Up to now, sharing the late Countess's aversion, she had shown him only lukewarm sympathy, but Thibaut the Heartbreaker was not a man to be discouraged. Besides, there was no rush. He had time. Perhaps she was still nursing some matrimonial illusion about Kehlmark. Thibaut was rather surprised to see her, now a woman of independent means, follow Kehlmark to Smaragdis. That was actually what made him decide to follow them there.
Damn,
he told himself.
If she's staying with the boss, it's because she's hoping to snare him. Lousy bet, though. The kid seems to have had his fill. Fat chance he'll marry you. But wait,
he mused another day, pulling his nose, which was his sign of satisfaction.
The sly girl's just trying to feather her nest by running the household. Good appetite. We'll get along all the better for it.
The rogue measured every conscience against the yardstick of his own. Such cunning types are completely blind when it comes to detecting noble motives. At Escal-Vigor, he resolved to press his suit without further hesitation. With boredom as his ally, neglected by the Dickegrave, Madame the stewardess might lend a more willing ear to the gallant coachman's declarations. If the prude continued to hide behind her airs and cloak herself in virtue, the rascal was confident he could achieve his ends by other means. If his patience and powers of persuasion ran out, he was fully prepared to take her by surprise and by force. Where was the harm? Good Lord, she could have run into a less vigorous male. In terms of assets, the coachman considered himself at least the equal of his master. The beauty wouldn't be getting a worse deal. Kehlmark continued to put up with the tone and manner of this ribald joker, whose character and true nature he had completely misjudged. The Count was even inclined to believe that this brazenness and cynicism were driven by an excess of frankness, a breadth of vision that was almost philosophical and akin to his own outlook. Henry had also been touched by the eagerness with which the servant had agreed to leave the capital and follow him to Smaragdis.
Well then, you too. You'll come retire with me on this seagull perch, my poor Thibaut. That's kind of you.
He had no inkling of this ruffian's schemes, and he was blind enough to equate his loyalty and devotion with those of the noble Blandine. In truth, he might have found it harder to do without the bouncy, swaggering presence of this clown than without the tenderness and warmth the young woman maintained in his surroundings. In time, it will become clearer why the mockery, the perpetual sarcasm, and the profanities of this lackey gratified the embittered soul of the Dikegrave. It will become apparent how this loving, subtle, and passionate nature tolerated for so long the company of this mere swine, incapable of understanding any kind of love, who seemed never to have experienced physical intimacy except in the atmosphere of brothels and slaughterhouses. 2 days after the housewarming, the Dikegrave paid a visit to the pilgrim's farm. He arrived on horseback, preceded by 3 handsome Gordon setters, barking and dusty. The farmer, who had been turning over a fallow field nearby, tossed his spade aside and barely had time to pull his jacket over his red flannel undershirt, but the daughter didn't bother to roll down her sleeves over her red, fleshy arms. Both came running, out of breath, to meet the important visitor, and, after the welcome greetings, they set about showing him around the farm. Michel Gauverts had not been boasting. The entire establishment, from the main building to the smallest outbuilding, the stables, the cattle sheds, the cellars, the barn, the farmyard, all spoke of order, prosperity, and solid comfort. Henry was again very attentive to Claudie, taking an interest in the workings of the farm, asking the farmer's daughter for explanations, lingering agreeably and without showing the slightest boredom before stores of potatoes, beets, beans, and grain displayed in sweltering attics or damp, dark storerooms. More than once he stopped to admire certain tasks being performed by the farmhands, greatly appreciating, for instance, the movements of two ploughboys, one standing atop a cartload of clover, the other stationed at the barn entrance, catching on his pitchfork the blood-red blossomed bundles his companion tossed to him. Sun-bronzed, with blue faience eyes, the childlike smile of their thick lips revealing healthy teeth, they toiled heartily, and when Claudie called out to them in her throaty, hearty voice, they redoubled their picturesque and vigorous efforts. She urged them on much as she might have encouraged sturdy beasts of burden. Kehlmark asked about young Guidon, but in a casual tone, as if merely out of politeness to the family. The scamp was probably off somewhere near Klarwatch. Claudie gestured with annoyance toward the horizon at the other end of the island, shrugging her shoulders, and quickly changed the subject. Claudie monopolized the visitor, and he seemed to have attention only for her, eyes only for what she showed him. Following her example, he stroked the gleaming haunches of the cows. He had to taste the steaming milk that mannish milkmaids were pouring into brown earthenware jugs. In an adjoining room, other sturdy women were churning butter. The faintly sour, cloying smell turned Henry's stomach, and he preferred to breathe in the sharp scents of the stable, where his horse was chewing fresh clover alongside the farm's robust draught horses. In the garden, she picked him a bouquet of lilacs and wallflowers, which she herself tucked, not without a groping touch, into the opening of his vest.
"You'll have to come back when the strawberries are ripe,"
she said, bending down on the pretext of showing him the ripening berries, but in truth to provoke him with the bending curves of her fleshy figure.
"Noon already,"
exclaimed Kehlmark, pulling out his watch as the hour struck from the Zoutbertinger bell tower. The farmer laughingly invited him to share their rustic meal, though without daring to hope he'd accept.
"Gladly,"
he said,
"but only if I eat at the workers' table and even dip into the same pot as they do."
"What an idea!"
exclaimed Claudie, flattered nonetheless by this informality. This condescension even seemed to her like something that might bridge the distance between the very refined gentleman and a simple daughter of the soil.
"Everyone here is bursting with health,"
observed Kehlmark, sweeping the table with a glance.
"They're as appetizing as what they're eating, and their hearty looks add flavor to the food."
As was customary in these rural parts, the women served the men and didn't eat until after them. They brought out a kind of thick soup with bacon and vegetables, into which Henry dipped his pewter spoon first. His neighbors, the two farmhands who had been loading the clover, followed suit cheerfully.
"And doesn't your son come home for the midday meal?"
Kehlmark asked the mayor.
"Oh, that one. He takes his bread and meat with him every morning,"
was Claudie's answer. After dinner, Henry lingered endlessly. Claudie, convinced she was captivating him to that degree, led him further across the Gauvaerts' lands. Skillfully, she informed him of their fortune. Their fields stretched all the way over there, beyond the windmill.
"Look! Right where you see that white birch tree!"
She let the Digrave understand that they were already quite wealthy, not counting what they stood to inherit. Michelle's two sisters, the two pious old women, though estranged from the mayor, had nevertheless promised to leave their property to his children. Kehlmark dawdled so long that evening was falling by the time he thought to have his horse saddled. The Count was hoping to see the young bugle player again, and as he was finally about to resign himself to leaving, he asked about him once more.
"He often doesn't come home until after dark,"
said Claudie, scowling at the mere mention of the rejected boy.
"Sometimes he even sleeps outdoors. His vagabond ways don't worry us any more, Father and I. We're not even surprised by it."
With a pang in his heart, the Count pictured the young lad alone in the dark on the sinister moor.
"By the way, Mayor,"
he said, just as the farmer was bringing him his horse,
"I'd like to join your band."
Better yet, Monsieur le Comte, be our president, our patron.
"Done. I accept."
Thinking of Guidon, the Count had remembered the serenade from 2 nights before, and he told himself it would be sweet to often hear that melancholy, innocent tune the little shepherd played so well. With 1 foot in the stirrup, he thought better of it. Something was weighing on his heart. Would he leave without having broached the real purpose of his visit? The young man came forward trustingly and took the reins. While shortening the straps, an operation that was for Henry merely a pretext, a way of giving himself something to do, he watched the boy out of the corner of his eye, not knowing how to start a conversation, while the lad, for his part, didn't miss a single one of his movements, and felt strangely unsettled, both dreading and longing for whatever was about to happen between them. Their eyes met and seemed to ask each other a piercing, subtle question. Then Kehlmark, to get on with it, approached the boy, took his hand, and looking deep into his eyes, related, not without stumbling over his words, the offer he had made to his family the day before.
"You understand. You'll come to the chateau every day. I'll teach you myself to read and write, to draw, to paint, to create big paintings like the ones you were admiring the other night. And we'll make music too. Lots of music. You'll see. We won't be bored."
The child listened without a word, so stunned he looked dazed, mouth open, eyes wide and fixed, almost wild. The Count fell silent, taken aback, thinking he'd made a mistake, but still studying the boy's face. Suddenly Guidon changed color, his face contorted, and he burst into nervous laughter. At the same time, to Kehlmark's deep dismay, he was backing away and trying to pull his hand free. It seemed as though he was resisting, eager to rejoin his little friends, who were very amused by the scene. The Count, discouraged, let him go. The little savage bolted toward the other hurt boys, but he stopped short, ceased laughing, pressed both hands over his eyes, and collapsed into the grass, where he thrashed about, his body racked by sobs, biting at the heather and kicking his bare feet together. The Count, more and more bewildered, ran to pick him up.
"For heaven's sake, boy, calm down. You didn't understand me. You're alarmed for no reason. I'll never forgive myself for having upset you. On the contrary, I wanted what's best for you. I was hoping to earn your trust, to become your great friend, and here you are in this terrible state. Let's just pretend I never said anything. Don't worry. I won't take you away against your will. Goodbye."
And the Count was about to swing into the saddle, but young Gorvaerts half raised himself, crawled on his knees, seized the Count's hands, kissed them, soaked them with tears, and finally burst out, pouring forth a torrent of words like someone who had been choking and could at last let it all out.
"Oh, Monsieur le Comte, forgive me. I'm mad. I don't know what's happening to me, what's going on inside me. I look sad, but I'm too happy. I was dying of joy listening to you. If I'm crying, it's because you're too kind. And at first I didn't want to believe it. You're not making fun of me, are you? It's really true that you're taking me in."
The Dickgrave, drawn as he was to this impressionable young peasant, hadn't expected to find such a deeply emotional nature. He gently accustomed the boy to the idea of the happiness that awaited him, and finally left him radiant, his face aglow with joy, after arranging to meet the very next day at Escal-Vigor. After that agreement, Guidon came to the chateau every day. Kehlmark shut himself away for long hours with him in his studio. The young peasant threw himself into learning and training with the zeal and fervor of a neophyte, worthy of the devotion of a creator or apprentice of the Italian Renaissance masters. For both of them, nothing was more fulfilling than this initiation. Gawaidon was at once the model, the studio assistant, and the pupil of Kehlmark. When they grew tired of writing, reading, or drawing, Gawaidon would pick up his bugle, or else, in his voice as deep as bronze, he would sing heroic and primordial airs that the fishermen of Klarvach had taught him. Kehlmark could no longer do without his pupil and sent for him if he was late in coming. They were never seen apart, they had become inseparable. Gawaidon generally ate at Escal-Vigor, so he rarely returned to the pilgrim's farm except to sleep. As Gawaidon improved and blossomed with exceptional gifts, Kehlmark's intense affection for his pupil grew exclusive, even possessive, and almost selfish. Henry had reserved for himself the privilege of being the sole one to shape this character, to enjoy this admirable nature that would be his finest work, to breathe in this exquisite soul. He cultivated it jealously, like those fanatical gardeners who would have killed any intruder or rival bold enough to trespass into their garden. Between them there was a sweet intimacy. They were enough for each other. Gawaidon, enchanted, dreamed of no paradise other than Escal-Vigor. Fame, the desire for applause, played no part in their work as absolute artists. Besides, Kehlmark had seen enough of the social life and surface existence of so-called artists. He knew the vanity of reputations, the prostitution of fame, the injustice of success, the filth of criticism, the rivalries between competitors more savage and more loathsome than those of petty shopkeepers. Blandine, somewhat wary, had received this new member of the household cordially. Happy about the joy young Govaerts brought Henry, she put on a warm face for him without quite managing to show much enthusiasm. Deep down, without feeling any outright hostility toward this young peasant, she must at times have been stung in her deepest fibers, and despite her kind heart, her good sense, her generosity of spirit, she no doubt had frequent moments of resentment toward this intensely close intellectual fellowship, this tight comradeship, this perfect understanding between the two men. She even went so far as to envy the talent and temperament of the young artist, those spiritual gifts that brought him closer to Kehlmark's soul than all her love, she who was merely a woman, guardian of his happiness. The good creature revealed nothing of these very human moments of weakness, which her reason reproached her instincts for feeling. As for Claudie, at first and for a long time, she was not at all offended by this great favour the Dickgrave showed young Gawaidon. She saw it as a way for the Count to court the sister indirectly by winning over the brother. No doubt Kehlmark would make the little shepherd the confidant of his love for the young farmer's daughter.
He's too shy to declare himself to me directly,
she told herself.
He'll confide in the boy first and try to find out through him what my feelings are. He's chosen a rather poor go-between. But he had no choice. Meanwhile, all this attention the Count is lavishing on that worthless rascal is really meant for me.
And, thoroughly self-satisfied, the tough girl rejoiced in this constant contact between the Dickgrave and the good-for-nothing who had so long been rejected, practically disowned by his own family. She even began to relax her harshness and hostility toward her younger brother. Now she pampered him, surrounded him with consideration, looked after his clothes, kept his linen in order, all care he had never been accustomed to. To explain this change of heart, the shrewd girl had confided her grand marriage plan to Govaerts. The mayor, no less ambitious, applauded these lofty aspirations and didn't doubt for a moment they would succeed. Following the lead of his favorite child, he stopped bullying and started being considerate of his son. When after several months of so-called probation, the Dickgrave told the mayor that he was taking permanent charge of the supposed good-for-nothing, Claudie persuaded Michel Govaerts to accept the offer. The mayor, deeply vain, had hesitated somewhat because, as he understood it, Guidon's position at the chateau would be that of a subordinate, a servant, somewhat above Landrillon, but a servant nonetheless. While for a long time, under his own roof, he had debased his son by relegating him to the lowest rank of his crew of labourers and assigning him the most menial tasks on the farm, his paternal vanity would have suffered to see the boy depend on any authority other than his own. To justify his involvement, Kehlmark had shown them some already accomplished drawings by the young apprentice, but neither father nor daughter was capable of appreciating the promise contained in these early works.
Let's accept the Dickgrave's offer,
Claudie insisted, countering her father's objections.
First of all, it's a blessing to be rid of him. And rest assured, the Count only saddles himself with this good-for-nothing and invites him in to please us, to show me his regard. We defend him, believe me, by thwarting his good intentions toward the boy. It's a way of opening the doors of Escal-Vigor to me. Between us, he probably doesn't think much of this dauber, or at least he's exaggerating his meagre talents.
In the beginning, when Guidon came home from the chateau in the evening, she would interrogate him about how he'd spent his day, about what went on at Escal-Vigor, about the Dickgrave's words and behaviour.
Did the Count ask about me? What did he tell you? He takes quite an interest in us, doesn't he? Come on, out with it. Don't hide anything from me. He must have admitted to a certain weakness for your sister, surely.
Guidon answered evasively, but carefully enough not to give himself away. Indeed, the Count had asked about her, as he had about her father, and even the farmhands, the animals even, but without dwelling on it. In truth, Claudie featured very little in the conversations between master and pupil, who were wholly absorbed in their studies and their work. Guidon became more and more discreet. Since their first meeting, he had pledged to his protector a loyalty as total and intense as Blandine's. To his fanatical devotion was joined that sharp, luminous something that intelligence and intellectual cultivation add to feeling. Guidon, this so-called madman, this simpleton, this worthless boor, represented a moral value in a body, an admirable mould that grew stronger and more beautiful with each passing day. With the tact, the second sight, that instinct of loving natures, he had guessed at his sister's infatuation with the Dickgrave, but he also sensed that the Count would never return her feelings. Guidon knew his sister Claudie only too well, and no one was more aware of the depths of vulgarity and the total incompatibilities that existed between her and Kehlmark. The pupil had even come to realize that his master preferred him to Madame the Stewardess, to the noble Blandine. The fact remained that the Count seemed to concern himself far more with Guidon than with his lover. Guidon took secret pride in being the object of this favoritism, and by his attentiveness toward the young woman, it was as though he wanted to be forgiven for the outsized role he played in his master's life. Guidon's instincts were right. Henry only truly opened up, only fully revealed himself to his disciple. With everyone else he kept his distance, and his kind words never took on the warmth, the tenderness, the velvety intimacy of his outpourings with his protégé. Naturally, the Dickgrave's popularity owed much to sycophancy, greed, and self-interest, but even if most of the yokels loved him crudely, they loved him in their own way all the same. The poor wretches of Clarvach, in particular, would have let themselves be cut to pieces for their young lord. As for declared enemies, the Count knew of only the pastor Balthus Bomberg and a handful of prudish church-going women. Every Sunday the minister thundered against the impiety and debauchery of the Dickgrave and threatened with hellfire any parishioners who clung to this libertine, this ravening wolf. He lamented above all the reckless visitors who frequented Escal-Vigor, that diabolical castle filled with scandalous nudes. Although on deadly terms with the mayor, this bilious, hot-tempered, narrow-minded little man, driven by fanatical zeal, resolved to call at Les Pèlerins to warn the father of the risk he ran by entrusting young Guidon's education to this wicked rich man who scandalized the community with his concubinage and impiety. Like all dyed-in-the-wool Calvinists, Balthus was also an iconoclast. Had he not feared the fury of the peasants, who were rather attached to that old relic, reminding them of their ancestors' intransigence, he would even have had the fresco of the martyrdom of Saint Olfgar scraped away. Kehlmark was doubly hateful to him as a pagan and as an artist. To intimidate the mayor, Balthus ordered him to snatch his son from the corruptor's grasp, threatening to have Claudie and Guidon disinherited by their two venerable aunts. Michel and Claudie, more enamored than ever of their Dick-grave, sent the troublemaker packing back to his church with a barrage of sarcasm and mockery. As for Guidon, when Balthus accosted him one day near the grounds of Escal-Vigor, the boy refused even to listen and turned his back with a shrug and an even more expressive gesture. Meanwhile, Claudie's prospects did not seem to be advancing much.
"Come now, you never tell me anything, you sleepyhead,"
she would say to the one she imagined was the link between her and Kehlmark.
"Hasn't the Count given you a message? A special word for me?"
Guidon would invent some fib, but often caught off guard, he contradicted himself or was left speechless. The shrew would then fly into a rage at the stupidity of their go-between, and she itched to scold him and knock him about the way she used to. As a tactic, the Dykegrave continued to visit Les Pèlerins regularly and to play the charmer with the young farmer's daughter. She would have preferred him to be bolder. He was taking a very long time to make up his mind and propose. He had barely ventured to tease her with his fingertips, and he had never once stolen a kiss. As soon as she heard the horse's trot and the yapping of his escort of satyrs, Claudie would rush to the farmhouse threshold, practically flaunting her love, so certain was she of success. And so people were beginning to talk a great deal at evening gatherings about the Dykegrave's attentions. Though he was devoted almost exclusively to young Guidon, the Dykegrave took pains to stay in everyone's good graces. He even pushed his generosity to the point of flirtation. In response to the virulent pastor's tirades and denunciations, he showered alms upon the poor, ruining himself with gifts of clothing and food for the destitute supported directly by the parish. The pastor distributed the money and the other donations, but remained unappeased. More than once, Henry's friends, the shrimp fishermen and beachcombers of Clarvach, offered to bring the pastor to heel. 5 of them in particular were employed permanently at the castle, a sort of bodyguard for Kehlmark. Grandsons of wreckers, occasional dyke workers, scavengers of shipwrecks. The painter often had them pose for him, amused himself watching their wrestling matches and their bouts with blunted knives, or else he drew confessions from them and, together with Guidon, savoured their rough language and the colourful tales of their exploits. These unruly lads, incorrigible drifters who had never managed to settle anywhere and had been thrown out everywhere, these magnificent human specimens, Guidon's first mentors, now swore by nothing but Henry and Escal-Vigor.
Just say the word.
One or another would suggest to Kehlmark.
Do you want us to ransack the rectory, string up that psalm mumbler? Or better yet, shall we skin him alive the way the men of Smaragdus once did to the apostle Olfgar, that other killjoy?
And they would have done it, just as they said, on a gesture, on a single yes from their master, and with them everyone would have descended on the insufferable preacher. Several times, passing the rectory, the musicians of the St. Cecilia Guild let out jeers. One evening of heavy drinking, they even went so far as to smash the windows. On New Year's Eve, they left at the pastor's door a hideous straw mannequin with a brown bread head representing his worthy wife and partner in piety, and when, following this insult, he launched into new denunciations of the Dickgrave and Blandine, the rascals of Klaarvatsch smeared excrement on the freshly painted facade of the rectory. Yellow with spite and resentment, the pastor found himself seemingly alone against the entire parish and even the whole island.
How,
Balthus Bomberg wondered,
can I bring down this proud Kehlmark? How can I crack his prestige, detach these misled and blinded brutes from him, turn them against their idol, make them burn what they worship?
Far from listening to him, people were deserting his church. He ended up preaching to empty pews. A dozen old prudes, including his wife and the mayor's 2 sisters, were the only ones who still supported him. In the idolatrous craze the young Dykegrave had inspired, there was something of the fervent cult the people of Rome once lavished on Nero, their indulgent and prodigal provider of bread and spectacles. While heaping attention on his circle and the community, Kehlmark redoubled his courtesies toward Landrian. He treated the man with more friendliness than ever, making a show of taking renewed pleasure in his barracks room humor. But the scoundrel was not fooled by this display of goodwill. Without letting anything show, he had quickly taken umbrage at the influence young Guidon Govertz had over Henry de Kehlmark, and perhaps he caught a glimmer, nothing sharpens one's perception like envy, of the depth of the affection these 2 beings felt for each other. Imagine the petty competitiveness of a clown who sees his success and his following desert him for a more serious performer of a higher caliber, and you will have some sense of the smouldering, deep-seated resentment the coachman nursed against this young peasant. Kehlmark almost always took Guidon with him on his carriage rides, and it was Landrian who drove them. During an excursion they made to Uppertside to visit the museums and revisit the Franz Hals, young Govertz shared the master's room, while Landrian was relegated to a garret under the roof. What was more, the servant was forced to wait at table on this ragamuffin, this rascal who had once been the laughingstock and whipping boy of the labourers of Smaragdis, and who was now puffed up with self-importance, pampered, coddled, the master's inseparable companion. To think that this great lord seemed unable to do without the company of this wretched urchin who was wasting his fine paper, his expensive canvas, and his good paints. Had the lackey not dreamed of marrying Blandine, he might have been even more hostile toward the cursed little shepherd. Up to a point, the servant was not even displeased by the exclusive importance the young Govertz was assuming in the Count's life. Landrian fully intended to exploit this intimacy between the 2 men at the right moment, to detach Blandine from her master. Neglected and even abandoned by Kehlmark, the poor woman would be all the more willing to listen to a new suitor. Taking advantage of a moment when Blandine had gone down to the kitchen for some household task, Landrian ventured one day to make his declaration.
I've got a few savings put away,
he announced.
And if it's true the old lady left you a share of her nest egg, we'd make a nice couple, eh? What do you think, Mademoiselle Blandine? Because if you're pretty enough to eat, you'll have to admit there are worse-looking fellows than me. Plenty of girls have gone out of their way to tell me so,
he added, twirling his moustache. Very annoyed by this declaration, Blandine coldly and with dignity declined the honor he wished to bestow, without even giving him the slightest reason for her refusal.
Oh, come now, mademoiselle. That's not your last word. You'll think it over. Not to brag, but suitors of my sort, serious ones with honourable intentions, don't come along every day.
Don't insist, Monsieur Landrian. I only say things once.
Then you've got your eye on someone else?
No, I will never marry.
But at the very least you love someone else.
That is my secret, a matter between my conscience and myself.
A little worked up, he had drunk a few glasses of gin to embolden himself. He tried to grab her by the waist, to squeeze her in his arms, and even attempted to steal a kiss, but she pushed him away, and when he tried again, she slapped him, threatening to complain to the Count. For the time being, he took the hint. This scene took place in the early days of their settling in at Escal-Vigor. But Landrillon did not consider himself beaten. He returned to the attack, seizing every moment alone with her to pester her with vulgarities and unwanted advances. Every time he had been drinking, she was in real danger. While the Count had retired to his studio with Guidon, or they had gone out for a walk, Landrillon would take advantage of the opportunity to harass the young woman. He chased her from room to room, and to escape his advances, she had to lock herself in her bedroom. Even then, he threatened to break down the door. As in the city, in the days of the Dowager, Henry had no one living in to serve him except Blandine and Landrillon. The 5 men from Clervache attached to his person did not lodge at the castle, so the poor housekeeper very often found herself left virtually at the mercy of this brute. Life became unbearable for the young woman. If she refrained from complaining to Kehlmark, it was because she still believed this crude joker, this low-class buffoon, was essential to Henry's amusement. Such was her devotion to the Dickgrave that the noble girl would have felt guilty depriving him of the slightest thing that might distract him from his melancholy and his despondency. In the same spirit, she watched with stoicism and self-denial as the young Govards gained influence over her master's mind, and she even made an effort to smile and be pleasant to her lover's favorite. She therefore endured the harassment and provocations of the satyr, simply doing her best to stay out of the way of his violence. Her resistance and contempt only inflamed the brute's desire. He was even on the verge one day of forcing his loathsome passion on her when she grabbed a kitchen knife forgotten on the table and threatened to plunge it into his belly. Then, as he backed away, she burst into tears and ran toward the staircase, determined to go up to the Count's room and denounce the wretch's vile behavior.
Suit yourself.
Landrillon sneered, white with rage and lust, equally resolved to push things to extremes.
But if I were you, I wouldn't bother. I don't think you'll be welcome up there. He'll resent you for disturbing him. Because if you're still carrying a torch for him, he couldn't care less about you, your former lover.
What do you mean?
The young woman protested, stopping on the first step.
No use playing the innocent. People know what they know, by God. You were his mistress, don't deny it.
Landrillon!
Oh, it's the talk of Zeldbertinger and all of Smaragdis too. Reverend Balthus Bomberg never stops thundering against the Dykegrave's harlot.
Abandoning the staircase, she turned back, collapsed into a chair, faint, nearly dead with grief and shame. A piano prelude broke the silence they both kept. Upstairs, Guidon was singing in his rustic voice, freshly broken, still a little rough, but with a strangely magnetic timbre, a wrecker's ballad that Kehlmark accompanied on the piano. Her body racked with sobs, Blandine painfully marked the rhythm of the song. It was as though the young man's voice was the final blow to her heart. As he listened to the young peasant, an ambiguous smile appeared on the valet's lips, and he fixed an equally ironic gaze on the wretched Blandine.
Now then,
he said in a wheedling tone, touching her shoulder,
let's not quarrel, my dear. Listen to me instead. I mean well, for heaven's sake. You'd be quite wrong to go on loving that forgetful and disdainful aristocrat. What a waste! Can't you see he's stopped caring for you?
And as she raised her head, he put a finger to his lips, signaling her to listen to the strangely passionate song the disciple was singing to his master. Then, after another silence during which they both listened,
you see,
he went on in a low voice,
he cares far more about that little boar than about you and me, our master does. If I were you, I'd leave him to it and let him enjoy the flattery of that rascal and those other peasant brutes. Here, Blandine, you'll waste away with sorrow, you'll wither with resentment, Your beauty will fade without doing the least bit of good for a single soul. If you take my advice, my dear, we'll both head back to the city. I've had enough of country life on Smaragdis. It's hard to believe, but ever since that sneaky boy came into the castle, he's the only one who matters. You and I, we've been pushed to the background. What a sudden obsession. 2 fingers on the same hand couldn't be more inseparable.
Well, what fault do you find in this attachment?
said Blandine, trying once more to overcome her misgivings.
This Guidon Govertz is a nice boy, unappreciated by his family, far superior. Everything has proved it to us, in intelligence and feeling to the mass of these coarse islanders. The Count is quite right to make so much of this poor child, who is proving himself more and more worthy of such kindness.
Yes, agreed. But Monsieur takes his patronage too far. He doesn't keep enough distance. He really shows too much tenderness to that little brat. A Count de Kehlmark doesn't carry on like that, for heaven's sake, with a former cowherd and swineherd.
Once again, what are you trying to say?
For his only answer, Landrillon plunged his hands into his pockets and began to whistle, looking up at the ceiling. A parody of the young shepherd's song. Then he left, judging he had said enough for the time being. Blandine, left alone, began to weep again. Try as she might to reason with herself, she was troubled, without thinking ill, by the Count's constant companionship with his protégé. She could rationalize all she wanted. She could try to rejoice in Kehlmark's transformation, his energy, his zest for life. She still regretted that this moral recovery was not her doing, but a miracle wrought by this little intruder.
Well now,
said Landrillon to the young woman a few days later.
He's a fine one, our master, Mademoiselle Blandine. They're getting along better and better, our 2 artists. Yesterday they were kissing each other like there was no tomorrow.
You're talking nonsense, Landrillon,
she said, laughing with effort.
I'll say it again. The Count is attached to that young rustic because the boy does credit to his lessons. Where's the harm? I've told you before. He's fond of young Govertz, the way one is of a younger brother, a bright student whose mind he has opened and cultivated.
Fiddlesticks!
Landrillon hummed with an ugly grimace loaded with insinuation. Rotten to the core, having passed through the worst promiscuities of barracks life, there was something of the vice squad informer in him, the male prostitute and the blackmailer. Incapable of appreciating what is noble and profound in ordinary affections, he was even less equipped to grasp or accept the absolute purity of a great love between 2 men. As Blandine fell silent, understanding nothing of these insinuations.
I have my own theory, mademoiselle,
the rogue went on.
If you ask me, our master doesn't pay much attention to skirts anymore, assuming he ever did. You ought to know something about that, eh? Has he already given up the chase? Him, a young man, after all.
Landrillon,
Blandine protested.
Please refrain from that sort of remark. It is not for you to judge the Count. What he does is well done, do you hear?
Begging your pardon, mademoiselle, I'll hold my tongue. All the same, he's very mysterious, our lord and master. He leads a strange life, always with his peasants, and especially with that little charmer. We count for no more in his eyes than his horse and his dogs. Honestly, I admire your tolerance for his escapades. You know better than I do that he's completely dropped you. If it's variety he needs, well, I like to sample different fruits myself. He'd only have to look around him and say the word. The prettiest girls on Smaragdis, from Zoudbertinger to Klaarvatch, would be at his disposal. I know one.
And he said these words not without bitterness, for he had already tested the ground on his own account in that direction.
Who burns to the very blood and marrow to see him, how shall I put it, in private. It's none other than the tall Claudie, the very sister of that little lordling. Though he goes to Les Pèlerins several times a week, nobody will ever convince me that the gallant isn't more seriously taken with the boy's breeches than with his sister's skirts.
For the last time, be quiet,
said Blandine, her heart clenched at the thought of the love the virago felt for Kehlmark, a woman who knew she was loathed by the boor to the point that Claudie would not even greet her when they met on the roads. As for Kehlmark's affection for Guidon Govertz, though she suffered from it despite herself, she persisted in finding nothing abnormal or incompatible about it.
Time will tell, Mademoiselle Blandine. The chance will soon come to enlighten you about the true colour of the bond between those two painters.
Thibaut snickered, delighted with his joke.
Enough! Not another word!
Cried Blandine.
I don't know what's stopping me from telling the Count this instant about your abominable insinuations. Or rather, I know all too well. I would die of shame before daring to repeat to him what you've just said to me.
One evening, seated on a bench on the dike overlooking the countryside, Henry de Kehlmark and Guidon Govertz, their hands intertwined, were prolonging one of their ineffable conversations, broken by silences as eloquent and fervent as their words. It was during one of those late seasons that invite the conjuring of legends, in a setting of flowering heather and skies streaked with racing clouds. In the distance toward Klaarwaerts, beyond the tall trees of the park, the two friends surveyed an immense carpet of deep crimson over which the setting sun laid an added sheen. Heaps of cleared brushwood crackled here and there, a scent of burning drifted on the damp air. It was extraordinarily mild, and the evening exhaled a kind of languor. The breeze was like the breathing of a labourer panting with exertion, or a lover oppressed by desire. At the sight of a reddish cloud of fantastic shape, the friends had recalled the fire shepherd, famous throughout the northern plains. Kehlmark kept silent for a while. He seemed to be pondering some grave thought connected to these terrifying beliefs. In all the time he had known him, the young Govertz had never seen him look so pained, so strained.
Are you suffering, master?
He asked.
No, dear boy. Just a trace of a bad memory. It will pass. Perhaps this extremely heady evening. Don't you think so? Do you know the true story of the fire shepherd you were talking about just now? I have every reason to believe it's told wrong. I can sense, I can intuit a more accurate version. I have interrogated the haunted landscapes on evenings like this one, especially these patches of heather where sadness held sway even more grievously than elsewhere, where the plain and the horizon distilled their heavy melancholy and their brooding slumber. Certain details of the landscape take on, you'll have noticed this while tending your sheep, a piercing, almost fateful significance. Nature seems to suffer from remorse. The clouds halt and mass their funeral processions above a pond predestined for a drowning, a scene of crime and suicide. Dear boy, how many good resolutions have capsized in weather like this? Better than to ward off one's own danger by thinking of the catastrophes of others. I have come to feel compassion for the fate of the damned brother of Cain. It is him I pity now, no longer his victims. I find him magnificent and alluring, though sinister. But I'm telling you nonsense, spinning tales to frighten you, like old women at the fireside.
No, go on. You tell things so well and you put so much into ordinary words. Often your speech draws tears and blood from me.
Very well, the hour is right. And since we are so comfortable here, I am eager to tell you how deeply I share the anguish of the burning shepherd. For a long time he has haunted, to the point of obsession, the violet and nocturnal heather of my soul. I catch myself wandering in spirit at his side, among his sulphurous flock, under the gestures of his crook reddened by hellfire, nipped at the heels by his dog, black and red like a half-consumed ember, a brand from the eternal furnace, the dog who shares his master's fate, whose body begins to burn again on one side, just as the other has taken on the semblance of life. Here is what those phantoms confided to me. A long, long time ago, Gerard was the shepherd for an elderly, miserly couple of peasants, isolated in a remote corner of Brabant, a landscape of scrubland and steppes, much like Klaarvatch. No one knew where he had come from. When he was first discovered, he might have been 15 years old. He ran about barely clothed. His manner was that of a young wild animal, and they had to teach him to speak as one would a child. To be safe, the old misers had him baptized and, having taken him into their service, trained him to tend their flock. He cost them nothing but his food, which was worse than meagre, and by taking him in, they managed to look as though they were doing a good deed. No doubt Mother Nature cherished this free-spirited boy, for, sired by who knows what woodland creatures and rejected by mankind, he seemed never to age and grew ever stronger and more beautiful. He was a tall young man, so long-haired that tawny curls fell constantly over his forehead and over his divine eyes, in which infinity and eternity seemed to be condensed. No matter how much they catechized him, he never attached much importance to our rituals and narrow rites. Simple nature remained his model and his guide. In other words, he followed only his instincts. Meanwhile, late in life, already quite old, his masters had a child, a frail little boy, whom they named Etienne. Since the parents were too old to dote on him, it was Gerard who raised him, beginning by choosing 2 of his favorite ewes as wet nurses. Little Tiennet thrived, became a plump, rosy child, pretty as a cherub. Gerard continued to save the best milk from his flock for him, the most fragrant fruits, the eggs of wood pigeons and pheasants. He adored him as no human being had ever adored another, his poor savage heart having never been able to spend the treasures of affection it had stored up. Tiennet chirped like a bird. He was as fair as the other was dark, and the little one commanded the tall, wild young man. The selfish, cranky old couple let them roam and live together. When they bathed in the Dema, Gerard admired that young, slender, graceful body, and he knew no pleasure equal to that of clasping that supple, warm body, carrying him in his arms for a very long time and very far, deep into the woods, where they would end up tumbling among the ferns and moss. Gerard tickled Tiennet by brushing his lips over his rosy skin. And the child laughed, tried to wriggle free, kicked with his little feet, and slapped the big one's sturdy sides, who accepted blows as if they were caresses. This idyll lasted until the day Tiennet's parents received a visit from 2 cousins accompanied by Juana, a blonde girl Tiennet's age, lively and piquant as a dawn of bright frost, appetizing as a wild strawberry. The old folk on both sides agreed to marry the children, who had taken to each other at once. From the moment little Juana arrived, tall Gerard had grown very sad because of the attention his little Tiennet was showing his pretty cousin. Tiennet, a spoiled child, loved Gerard only as he would have loved a faithful, obedient dog, a willing playmate, ready to indulge his every whim. Gerard looked at Juana with dark eyes, murderous eyes, but the blonde girl mocked the wild man, and to spite him, mischievous and shrewd, she would steal Tiennet away as often as possible, or run to hide so he would find her far from the jealous one. Gerard, at the end of his patience, begged his friend not to marry. Tiennet laughed in his face. Are you mad, my dear old friend? It's the law of nature. Look at the animals on our farm. Look at the wild creatures of the woods. Oh, have mercy. I don't know what I feel, but I want you for myself alone, without sharing. Why imitate the animals and do as everyone else does? Aren't we enough for each other? Do you think anyone will ever love you the way your Gerard does? Let us suspend, as far as we are concerned, this breeding creation. Aren't enough creatures already born? Let us live for each other, for ourselves alone. Tiene, have mercy. It's you I want, all mine, you alone. I don't know what you are, whether you are a man like the others. To me, you are beyond compare. Oh, why did she have to come between us? No, I'm not explaining myself well. Your astonished eyes are killing me. Listen, my whole body aches when I know you're with her. A feverish heat courses through my blood. Your joined hands reach gently under my chest to shred my heart with their nails. Oh, my Tiene, I die at the thought that she will kiss you on the lips, that she will take you far from here, and that I will have to give you up forever to this thief of my life. Tiennette smiled, a little sorry nonetheless, trying to make him see reason. You great fool, my feelings for you won't change. Look, am I not still the same? We'll be close again, just like before. You'll come with me and her. But reason would not return to the poor shepherd. As the fateful day drew nearer, Gerard wasted away, lost his appetite, turned his back on everything he had once celebrated, neglected his flock, and his behaviour became so alarming that his masters sent him to the parish priest. Perhaps someone had cast a spell on him. Shepherds are all a bit like sorcerers, and themselves exposed to curses from their kind. The guileless Gerard simply told the priest about his deep sorrow. At the very first word the holy man heard, he thundered, "Get out, you wretch! Your very presence reeks of sin. I don't know what stops me from handing you over to the magistrate of his lordship, the Duke of Brabant, and having you burned in the grand market as they do with your kind. You will leave at once. Your crime has cut you off from the community of the faithful. No one can absolve you but the Pope in Rome. Throw yourself at his feet. You have sinned only in thought so far. That is the only reason I do not call down the flames of the purifying pyre upon your accursed flesh." Gerard returned to his masters, without shame but more desperate than ever. He was careful not to recount in detail what had passed between the minister of God and himself, but merely declared that he was going to undertake a long pilgrimage to atone for a sin too grave to bear. That very night he would set out when everyone was asleep, so as not to meet prying eyes. As a final favour, he asked Tiene to walk with him a certain distance from their cottage. Juana tried to hold her fiancé back, but Tiene took pity on his friend, and facing the prospect of a perhaps eternal separation, he recalled their long and absolute tenderness of old. "Brother, what is this sin so grave that it exiles you?" Tiene asked his companion again and again as they walked, but the other kept silent and did nothing but gaze at him for a long time and shake his head. They walked for a long while, hearts gripped tight, without exchanging a word, but when they reached the crossroads where they were to embrace for the last time, suddenly Gerard turned on his heels and pointed out to Tiene a red glow on the horizon, in the direction they had come from. Then, with a savage laugh, "Look," he said, "it's the old couple's house going up in flames, and Juana, your Juana, is burning with them. Now you belong to me forever. And he clasped the young man in a frenzy as Tiene struggled. Gerard, you're frightening me. Help. The werewolf. He's killing me. Mine. It was I who gave you life. I am more than your mother, do you hear? Therefore more than any woman could ever be. You asked the secret reason for my departure. Now you shall know it. Their priest cursed me. I am condemned to eternal fire. Well then, I am rushing to plunge into that fire ahead of time, but not before I have drunk from the very springs of your life, not before I have gorged myself on the berries of your lips, that succulent fruit that will quench my thirst for eternity in the depths of the infernal furnace. Mine, mine. A sudden storm broke loose while the wretch screamed his defiance at heaven. Ah, he exulted, fire of punishment, be my bonfire of joy. O nature, burn me, consume me. Whether you come, as they say, from God, or whether you emanate from the devil, what do I care? Come, unite us in death. Rise, beautiful storm of deliverance. I have nothing left to lose. The torrents of fire will be a cool, limpid stream on my flesh compared to the love that devours me and has driven me to despair. Come. And the cursed man pressed Tiene against his heart, pressed him until he could not breathe, fused his lips to his, and never pulled them away, until the fire from the sky had engulfed them both. At this point in his impassioned improvisation, Kehlmark's voice faded to a murmur like a death rattle. "Oh, my sweet child," he groaned, falling at the feet of the little shepherd. "I love you desperately. I love you as much as Gerard loved Tiennette."
"And I love you too, dear master, with all my strength,"
replied Guidon, throwing his arms around his neck.
"I am yours, yours alone and without reserve. Did you only just realize it? Do with me whatever you wish."
"I had only to see you,"
sighed Kehlmark,
"to feel for your unrecognized and proudly virgin beauty. My love was born of that compassion."
"And I, dear master,"
stammered little Goliath,
"I had only to see you to sense that you were sad and fearsome, and my devotion was born of my anxiety."
"The supposed evil your father spoke of you,"
the Dick Grave continued,
"sealed my sympathy, and your sister's disdainful pout, the malice of her gaze, illuminated you forever in my eyes with a lasting light of transfiguration. I did not dare declare myself before seeing you again, and I feigned indifference to throw off your family and those 2 rough companions whom I prevented that very evening, simply by drawing near their rowdy swarm, from harassing you, my child, the chosen one of my life."
The lightning did not strike them, but they heard a muffled cry, a sob, a rustling in the bushes behind them. 2 indistinct silhouettes fled through the darkness.
"Someone was listening,"
said Kehlmark, who had risen to his feet and was peering into the dense shadow.
"What does it matter? I am yours,"
murmured Guidon, pulling him close and nestling shivering against his chest.
"You are everything to me, and I don't believe in fire from heaven. Before you, no one had ever spoken a kind word to me. I had known nothing but cruelty and harshness. You are my master and my love. Do with me what you will. Your lips."
A few days after this alarm in the gardens, Blandine presented herself to Kehlmark, who was writing, alone in his studio. She had hesitated for a long time before resolving on a step she believed indispensable, but whose gravity she did not underestimate. Yet, although she was dying 1,000 deaths, her only thought was to put Kehlmark on his guard, to shield him from the consequences of his too exclusive attachment to that wretched little vagabond. She still refused to believe her own ears about the true extent of this passion. She stubbornly insisted on seeing it as nothing more than a somewhat reckless infatuation, especially since she knew the Dykegrave's excitable nature, the curiosity, the fervour, the impetuousness he brought to all his undertakings, to his slightest actions. He who was impulsive above all else. When she entered, her pallor and distraught face startled the Count de Kehlmark. As soon as he had seated her and inquired about the purpose of her visit, she began resolutely, without preamble, but with a tight throat.
I felt it my duty to warn you, my lord, that people in the area are beginning to talk about young Govertz's constant presence here at Escal-Vigor. It would be one thing for him to come to the chateau, but I fear, Henry, that you are truly displaying an excessive preference for this little peasant in front of his peers, out in public.
Blandine,
said Kehlmark, pushing his papers aside, throwing down his pen and rising to his feet, stunned by the boldness of this opening.
Oh, forgive me, Monsieur Henri,
she went on.
I know your actions are none of their business, but still, people are such gossips. Seeing this young peasant forever at your heels sets imaginations and tongues wagging.
Is that really something for me to worry about?
The Count protested with a forced laugh.
What do you expect me to care? Truly, Blandine, you surprise me by concerning yourself with the babble of common folk. That is really showing far too much deference to petty, envious people.
All the same, Monsieur Henri,
she continued with slightly less assurance,
I will humbly confess that I find the villager's surprise quite justified. Frankly, for all his qualities, this little Guidon is not fit company for you. Admit it. You see no one but him any more, or you go gallivanting with those vagabonds of Clarvatch at the other end of the island. None of your old friends are invited to Escal-Vigor any more. None of this is natural, and it lends itself to all kinds of gossip. Others, besides ill-natured, suspicious boors, would have every right to be surprised.
Blandine,
the Dykegrave interrupted in a glacial and haughty tone.
Since when do you presume to monitor my actions and interfere in my friendships?
Oh, don't be angry, Monsieur Henri,
she said, deeply wounded by that harsh tone and that look of banishment.
I know I am only your humble servant, but I still love you,
she went on weeping.
I am entirely devoted to you. I would not wish to cross you in anything, but your reputation, your illustrious name, are dearer and more sacred to me than my own conscience. It is only my great love that dictates my words. Oh, Henry, if you knew.
And sobs prevented her from continuing.
Blandine,
said the Dykegrave more gently, moved by her pain.
What has come over you? Once again, I don't understand you. Explain yourself, please.
Well, my lord, not only do the villagers mock your strange affection for this little shepherd, but some go so far as to claim that you are leading him away from his duties to his family, and what else won't they invent? In short, everyone looks unfavourably on your fussing over a wretched little cowherd.
And you yourself, didn't you once tend cows? How proud you've become,
the Dykegrave said cruelly.
I am proud to belong to you, my lord, and besides, the Countess.
Blandine hesitated.
My grandmother,
the Count asked.
Your saintly grandmother, my protector, raised me up to your level, but above all she taught me to love you,
she added, with a heart-breaking quaver in her voice that made Kehlmark's heart clench.
Yes, I know, my poor Blandine. I am fond of you too, and I trust you completely. That is why I am surprised to see you siding with the envious and the malicious. I have nothing to reproach myself for, understand that. The protection my grandmother gave you, I now extend to this young peasant, and now you would come and cast blame on the good I wish for this overlooked, disinherited child. Oh, Blandine, I no longer recognize you. Guidon is an admirably gifted boy of an exceptional nature. He interested me from the day I first saw him.
That cursed night of the serenade.
The Count pretended not to have heard this bitter remark and continued.
I took pleasure in raising him, in teaching him, in making him the son of my mind, in sharing all my knowledge with him. What is wrong with that? I love him.
You love him too much.
I love him as it pleases me to love him.
Oh, Henry, twin brothers are not as attached to one another as you seem to cherish this obscure little shepherd. No, listen, don't be angry at what I'm about to say, but I don't believe you have ever loved a woman as much as this wretched urchin. There, now you shall know everything. The other evening, I slipped into the thicket behind the bench where the two of you were sitting. I heard the burning, terrible things you were saying to him in a voice that would have torn my insides out. I was still there when you kissed him long on the mouth, and when, after grovelling at his knees, he swooned, shivering against your heart.
Ah,
Kehlmark said furiously.
You have sunk so low, Blandine. Spying. My sincerest congratulations.
And fearing he would lose his temper after crushing her with a hostile glare, he was about to leave the room. But she was clinging to his knees and grasping his hands.
Forgive me, Henry, but I could bear it no longer. I had to know. At first I refused to believe my eyes and ears. Oh, have mercy. Mercy for yourself, my lord. You have enemies. Domine Bomberg is watching you and burning to destroy you. Don't wait for some carelessness to alert him. Stop compromising yourself. Others besides me could have been spying on you the other evening. Cast off this ill-fated child. Send him back to his dung and his stable. There is still time. Fear the scandal. Get rid of this rascal before people have said out loud what many, no doubt, are already thinking and whispering.
Never,
cried Kehlmark with an almost savage energy.
Never, do you hear? Once more, I have done nothing wrong. On the contrary, I want only what is best for this child. And so nothing will tear me from him.
Very well, then I shall be the one to leave,
she said, rising to her feet.
If that disastrous little shepherd sets foot in Escal-Vigor again, I will leave you.
As you wish. I am not holding you back.
Oh, Henry,
she pleaded again.
Can this be? You won't have the slightest kindness left for me. He is driving me away. Oh, God!
No, I am not driving you away, but I will not be given ultimatums if those who claim to love me will not get along and are jealous of one another. I will part with the one who has made threats and conspired enviously against another being who is dear to me. That is all. I have lived and will always live free in my affections and my inclinations. Besides,
he continued, taking her by the hand and looking at her with an indescribable expression of pride and defiance.
Remember that I warned you before exiling myself here. I wanted to part from you. Have you forgotten your promise? I will be nothing more than your faithful steward and will trouble you in no way. I yielded to your pleas, but not without foreseeing that you would regret not having left me to my fate. What is happening proves me right. This experiment has run its course, I think. Come, no hard feelings, Blandine. This time, the moment has come to part forever.
What did she read that was so poignant, so critical in the Dickgrave's gaze?
No, I won't have it,
she cried.
I renew my old promise. You'll see, Henry. I will keep my word. Oh, don't tear me entirely from your presence and your heart.
Very well,
Kehlmark agreed.
Let us try once more, but you will get along with Guidon Govertz. He is the being I cherish most in the world. He is as indispensable to me as the air I breathe. He alone has reconciled me with life. And above all, never a hint in front of him of what has just passed between us. Take care not to show him the slightest resentment, not to make the smallest reproach to this child. If anything were to happen to him, if I lost him, if he were taken from me one way or another, it would mean suicide for me. Do you understand?
She bowed her head in submission, resolved to endure the worst tortures, but at his side and under his gaze. On the surface, the conditions of life at Escal-Vigor, the relations between Kehlmark, Blandine, young Gauvaerts and Landrillon underwent no change. The valet, unaware of the explanation Blandine had had with the Count, believed her entirely won over to his schemes and never stopped casting the relationship between the Dickgrave and his protégé in a scandalous light. She was forced to listen to his vile jokes and had to carry her dissembling so far as to join in with the wretch. Moreover, Landrillon kept pressuring her to give herself to him. Faced with Blandine's refusals, he grew impatient.
"Come on, be nice,"
he would say.
"And I promise not to disturb his little idyll with young Gauvaerts. Otherwise I can't answer for anything."
Blandine tried to string him along to buy time. She even went so far as to promise him marriage on the condition that he keep quiet.
"I'll take that deal,"
he would agree.
"But you have to pay up front."
"Oh, there's no rush,"
Blandine would object.
"Let's stay here a while longer and build up our savings."
This honest woman, if ever there was one, thus let herself be taken for a schemer in the eyes of this rogue who only admired her all the more for it, never having encountered such hypocrisy and cunning. This duplicity delighted him, though it also frightened him a little. Might this bold woman be too crafty for him? Unfortunately for Blandine, he was becoming more and more physically attracted to her. He was so eager to help himself to a taste, as he put it. Blandine was only half resisting now. She kept putting off the ultimate sacrifice, but could not hold out much longer. Landrillon was growing increasingly familiar. In truth, Blandine had never loved Henry de Kehlmark more, so imagine her torment. On one hand, exposed to the advances of a despised man, forced to indulge his bitterness toward the Dickgrave; on the other, obliged to witness the intimacy, the close communion between Kehlmark and young Gauvaerts. Agonizing conflict. On some days, nature and instinct would reassert themselves. She was on the verge of denouncing the servant to his master, but if Landrillon were dismissed, he would have taken his revenge on Kehlmark by revealing what he called his depravities. At other times, Blandine, at the end of her strength, caught in the excruciating choice between giving herself to Landrillon or losing Kehlmark, was ready to flee, to give up entirely. She even longed for death, thought of throwing herself into the sea, but her love for the Count kept her from carrying out the plan. She could not abandon him to the traps of his enemies. She was determined to protect him, to serve as his shield against himself. Since she had to do terrible violence to herself not to show too much coldness toward young Gauvaerts, she avoided crossing his path and stayed away from the table as much as possible. She blamed these absences on migraines.
"What's the matter with Madame Blandine?"
Little Guidon would ask his friend.
"She looks so strange to me."
"A slight indisposition, nothing at all. It will pass, don't worry."
Often the poor woman would pace through the house like someone in a frenzy, slamming doors, shoving furniture around with a great racket, seized by the urge to break something, to scream out her unbearable suffering. But if she then happened to cross paths with Kehlmark, he would subdue her, tame her with a single look. One day, when Landrillon had particularly rattled her by threatening to stop sparing Kehlmark if she did not give herself to him, she escaped once more from that hateful ultimatum, and, half out of her mind, burst into the studio where the Count was with his protégé. It was stronger than she could help. She could not keep herself from casting a look of reproach at the young peasant. The two friends were reading. None of the three said a word, but never was a silence more charged with menace. She left at once, alarmed by the consequences of her outburst.
Blandine, you are forgetting our agreement.
Kehlmark told her the first time he found himself alone with her.
Forgive me, Henry. I can't take it any more. I overestimated my strength. You love no one but him now. The rest of the world has ceased to exist for you. You barely even spare me a glance or a word any more.
Well, yes,
He said with resolution, with a certain solemnity, but with the courage of the Stoic who held his fist in the flames of a brazier.
Yes, I love him above all things. Apart from him, I see no salvation for myself.
Love another woman? Yes. If you are tired of me, take that Claudie who covets you with every fibre of her being, but...
I'm telling you, that boy is enough for me.
Oh, that's not possible.
I love no one else, and I never will again.
Kehlmark knew he was striking a terrible blow against his companion, but he himself was past the breaking point. The weapon he used against her he was twisting into his own wound. He had endured, it must be said, such tortures that he found himself in the position of a damned soul, desperate to make someone share in his suffering.
Ah,
He continued,
you want to separate me from that boy. So much the worse for you. You'll see how quickly I detach myself from him. And to start with, here is my answer to your demands. From now on, Guidon stays with me. He'll live at the castle.
Be careful. I'm suffering so much that I might hurt you without meaning to. There are moments when I feel myself going mad, when I can't answer for my own actions.
And what about me?
the Dickgrave sneered.
I'm at the end of my patience. You wanted this. You forced me to these extremes. I was sparing you. I kept my suffering to myself. To avoid causing you pain, I hid my wound from you, my secret. Poor Blandine. I was trying to protect you, convinced that you yourself would refuse to understand me and that you'd disown me. You wanted to know, and now you'll know everything. Don't worry, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Look, I'm not even asking you to leave now. From now on, there's no point spying on me. Your jealousy wasn't wrong. It is indeed love. The most absolute love that I feel for young Guidon. I adore him.
She let out a cry of horror. The lover and the Christian in her were struck equally.
Oh, Henry, have mercy. You're lying. You couldn't have degraded yourself.
Degraded myself. On the contrary, I take pride in it.
The scenes between them grew increasingly violent. Blandine would yield, submit, torn between boundless terror and boundless compassion, which together became one of the most corrosive forms of love. Now Guidon slept at the castle. Blandine avoided him, but she would sometimes appear before Kehlmark, and such was the expression on her face that at the sight of her the Count would burst into reproaches.
Be careful, Blandine,
he said to her one day.
You're playing a dangerous game. Without loving you romantically, I had devoted a kind of worship to you, founded on deep gratitude. I revered you as I've revered no woman since my grandmother, but I'll end up loathing you. By constantly placing yourself as an obstacle in the way of my desires, you'll become as hateful to me as a torturer who decided to deprive me of sleep and food. Ah, what fine and charitable work you're doing, you saintly, honest, angelic woman. With your expressions and your silent reproaches, your face like a Our Lady of Sorrows. If I die a madman, you can boast of having been the chief extinguisher of my mind. For nearly a year you've been spying on me, thwarting me, hounding me, and slowly burning my heart, all in the name of loving me.
Why did you seduce me?
She asked him.
Seduce you? You weren't a virgin.
He had the cruelty to reply.
Shame on you, sir. Speaking to me like that, you are more brutal than the poor wretch who first took advantage of me. You are more guilty than he was, because you possessed me without joy and without kindness.
Oh, why? I wanted to change myself, to conquer myself, to overcome my deep-seated revulsions. You are even the only woman I've ever possessed, the only one who almost spoke to my flesh.
After these scenes, Kehlmark often grew angry with himself.
No one will ever love me as truly as this woman,
he would tell himself, trying to reason things through, and he would remember their early intimacy at his grandmother's house. He had always been her oracle, her god. She had served him faithfully with the dowager, covered up his escapades, obtained the money he needed. Where would he find such loyalty and devotion? Wasn't she even now going so far as to tolerate his passion for young Gauverts? Then, at the height of these good intentions, a reversal would occur. At a single word, a tone of voice, a glance, at what he thought he detected of severity and scandal in Blandine's expression, he would start doubting her again, even hating her, seeing in her devotion nothing but an inquisitorial and unhealthy curiosity, a refinement of vengeance and contempt. She was trying, he imagined, to shame him, to crush him with her self-sacrifice. This angel was nothing to him but a subtle torturer. And at the first opportunity, the wretch would unleash upon her invectives more and more atrocious. During this period, Blandine's beauty reflected the superhuman gospel of her feelings. That beauty even bordered on the majesty of death. But a rest, a peace far more absolute than the grave's, was about to descend upon her heart. Hounded by Landrian, she had finally given herself to him. She had offered her poor flesh as a sacrifice to save the soul of the man she believed sacrilegious and criminal. As a Christian, she no doubt prayed for him, trying to snatch him from damnation, lifting her whole heart toward the ungrateful one at the very moment she was immolating herself in the arms of the vile singer. The sacrifice was repeated after each new demand from the scoundrel. Blandine could breathe. Landrilon would take no action against the Count's reputation. She also counted on a miracle. Kehlmark would come back from his error. Heaven would grant the saint's prayer. Weeks passed.
"We've been having our fun for a while now, my girl,"
said Landrilon.
"But it's not just about pleasure. We need to think about serious business. And to start with, we're going to get married."
Really? Is that necessary?
She said with a forced laugh.
What a question. Is it necessary? You're my mistress and you'd refuse to be my wife.
What's the point, since you've already had me?
What do you mean, what's the point? I want to become your husband. Come now, what are you still hoping for by staying here?
Nothing.
Well then, let's get out of here. Enough scraping by. It's time to pool our little savings with a visit to the notary, then to the priest. And goodbye, Count de Kehlmark.
Never!
She said with fierce resolve, thinking of the other two, her gaze fixed, far from the man she was speaking to.
What's gotten into you? And our pact, what about that? I want you as my lawful wife. You've got money. I need it. Or would you rather I reveal the chaste mysteries of Escal-Vigor to Balthus Bomberg and Claudie Gauverts?
You won't do that, Landrian.
We'll see about that.
I have a proposal,
she said.
I'll give you the money. I'll give you everything I own. But let me stay here and find yourself another woman.
So you still love him? You're deviant?
The scoundrel exclaimed.
Too bad. You have to resign yourself to leaving him and becoming Madame Landrian. No foolishness. You have 2 months to think it over and comply. Leave Escal-Vigor. Never see Kehlmark again.
Fate would have it that at the peak of her anguish, the wretched woman ran into Henry de Kehlmark, and that he, provoked by her devastated face, attacked her once more.
Ah, that death mask of yours again. Fine, I'm the most monstrous of men. But then, Blandine, aren't you yourself a monster for clinging to a creature like me? And who knows?
The wretch sneered with the sarcasm of a man on the rack.
Whether it isn't my very exception, my so-called anomaly, that excites your imagination. Who can guarantee me that your devotion doesn't contain a touch of sexual perversion, as the pseudo-scholars put it? A touch of that pleasure in suffering they've given such a pretty name, masochism. In that case, your noble self-sacrifice would be nothing but madness and disease to some, and crime and depravity to others. O virtue, O sanity, where are you?
Never before had he gone after her with such relentlessness.
Alas,
she thought,
to think that it's me who drives him to such despair. Me, who no longer knows what to give for his sake. Me, who consented, in order to buy his peace, to go on living, and what a life, Lord! Henry, my Henry,
she pleaded.
Stop, for God's sake, stop! Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'm nothing but your servant, your slave. What more can you reproach me for? Your contempt, your grimaces, your saintly airs. Go, leave me, abandon this plague victim. I don't want your insulting compassion any more. Ah, you are my remorse, my living reproach. Whatever you do, you are a mirror in which I constantly see myself bound to the pillory, under the executioner's branding iron.
And he seized her by the wrists hard enough to bruise them. He shouted in her face,
Oh, you normal, model, irreproachable woman, I hate you, do you hear me? I hate you. Go, I've had enough. Any extreme rather than this hell. Turn me in, Madame Judas. Rouse our virtuous neighbours and the whole island against me. Run to the minister, tell them who I am. Well then, I don't care. This perpetual lie, this constant dissimulation is suffocating me, crushing me. Anything is better than this torment. If you won't speak, I will. I'll tell them everything. Ah, I seem vile to you. But then you, Blandine, you are far more vile than I am for having lived at the expense of the man you despise, for having let yourself be fed, kept by this outcast, for having tolerated his vices so long because he paid you generously.
Henry, my darling, do you really believe that? Oh, how you'd hate yourself, how horrified you'd be if you knew the truth.
Ah, yes, how unjust he was. The injustice he believed himself the victim of made him frenzied and blind, cruel as fate itself. He was lumping in with the crowd, the malicious and conformist mass, this admirable woman, this magnanimous lover, sometimes clumsy or powerless, overestimating her own heroic strength, pushed herself to the limit, but drawing from her love a renewed power to exalt more and more this God who had exiled her from his heaven.
Yes, I really do believe that.
The wretched, distraught man insisted.
You spare me, you handle me with care, because you live the life of a lady of the manor here, and because you think you're indispensable to this spendthrift, this squanderer who never learned to count. You imagine I can't do without you. You impose yourself. Go away. Let me ruin myself in body, fortune, and honor. You're rich enough. Rid me of your presence. I'll even give you money. But for heaven's sake, get away as quickly as possible. Something irreparable has happened between us. From now on, we'll only horrify each other.
Oh, my Henry,
the poor woman sobbed. She was about to speak, but she would have confounded him, humiliated him, and she withdrew so as not to be tempted to tell him the truth. Left alone, for the first time the idea came to Kehlmark to go through his account books, to see for himself the state of his affairs. He had given his power of attorney to Blandine. She was the one managing his fortune. He knew which piece of furniture she kept the accounting papers in. The key was not in the drawer. Without hesitating, he broke the lock. And there he was, rummaging through the papers, scanning columns of figures, notarial deeds. Before he reached the end of his audit, he had seen clearly. He was as good as ruined. Escal-Vigor was practically the only one of his properties not mortgaged. But then, where was the money coming from that sustained his lavish lifestyle, his generosity, his princely way of living? What generous banker was advancing him considerable sums without collateral, without the slightest chance of ever being repaid. Suddenly he understood. Blandine, whom he had just insulted so grossly. The roles were reversed. He was the one being kept. Rather than calming him in his current state of mind, this discovery enraged him further. At the pitch he had reached, nothing could counterbalance the injustice he believed he suffered. He went after the young woman again.
Better and better,
he said.
I know everything. You're buying me, keeping me. I don't have a penny to my name. Escal-Vigor should belong to you. It barely covers the value of the sums you've given me. But, my dear, you made a miscalculation if you thought you could bind me to you this way, make me your vassal. No, I'm not for sale. I'll leave this place. I'm leaving you the castle. I want nothing from you. Then,
he went on, cruelly mocking, as if mutilating himself.
After what I've confessed to you, you'd have made a poor purchase in my person. Ha, ha, ha. Our mutual situation is even more absurd than I thought. You're really not squeamish. But you foolish girl, with the money my grandmother left you, you could have found yourself a real man, a solid lover of women. Come to think of it, you wouldn't even have had to look far. That Landrillon.
Wretched Kehlmark.
In his need for rebellion and retaliation, he had just dealt Blandine the worst blow of all. Ah, the wretch! He still had no idea of the greatest sacrifice she had made for him. The loss of her fortune was nothing compared to that other sacrifice. What demon had placed on the Dickgrave's cursing lips the last name he should ever have spoken? Kehlmark would never know just how abominable he had been in that moment, but no sooner had Landrillon's name left his mouth than something released inside him. Blandine's white face, her imploring eyes, revealed to him part of the blow he had just dealt. He caught the fainting woman in his arms.
That wasn't me speaking, my darling. Forgive me. It's a past of unspeakable pain and secret shame. It's my maddened senses taking their revenge.
And to win her forgiveness, he made her a full confession, or rather gave her a complete picture of his inner life. As he recalled his dark hours, he became cruel and aggressive again, as he had been moments before. Then he would return to caressing her, and his sardonic exaltation at times bordered on madness.
Ah, Blandine, what I've suffered, what I still suffer, no one will ever know unless they've passed through the same agonies.
Poor darling. You thought I resented you, and that I took pleasure in hurting you.
Come now, be reasonable. You're watching someone tied to a stake, burning slowly, and you're the one reproaching him for the terrible spectacle his torment inflicts on sensitive souls. Ah, a spectacle he put on for you entirely against his will. And it's this martyred victim, this suffering soul whose entire being is a perpetual torture, a searing agony. It's this man burned alive that you accuse of being your executioner. From now on, O my sister, spare him your looks of disgust, your virtuous disapproval. Ah, I've had enough. Since I've hurt you without meaning to, you the best of women, I wonder why I should spare the feelings of the masses. Far from humbling myself, I stand tall. You would judge me, you would condemn me like the rest, as you wish. But I deny you even the right to absolve me. I am neither sick nor guilty. I feel my heart is greater and more expansive than those of their most celebrated apostles. So don't play the Pharisee with me, O my irreproachable Blandine. And above all, no more of those insulting, branding words, you understand, when speaking of my loves, the only loves possible for me. Those words, O my angel, would make you lose in a single second all the benefit of your entire life of kindness and understanding. Enough of this devotion that brands with a hot iron. Enough burning.
Henry,
the poor woman moaned.
Let's not revisit the past. Tear out my heart, but don't speak to me like that again. It's done. Far from blaming you, I do more than excuse you. I approve of you. Is that what you want from me? Here I damn myself with you. I renounce my baptism, the Gospels, and Jesus.
He was barely listening, pouring himself out, opening every floodgate of his heart. She, transfigured, had gently seated him in an armchair. She put her arms around his neck like a necklace, and, cheek to cheek, they mingled their tears. But she acknowledged that Kehlmark's despair took precedence over her own, and she consented to be nothing more than maternal.
Tell me, Blandine,
he continued,
who have I ever harmed? You? But without meaning to. I wasn't the man you had dreamed of, or at least not the one you would have wanted. I can't help that. I was the first to suffer from your suffering. You're crying as you listen to me. You're right, Blandine. If you shed those tears at the image of my Calvary, my long passion, your compassion honors me and does me good. But if it's shame for me that makes you cry, my darling, if you condemn me and disown me, if you share the prejudice of this Western Protestant world, oh then, abandon me, swallow your tears. I have no use for your ashamed sympathy. Yes, from today onward, I will have no more false modesty and cowardly shame, Blandine. A moment will come when I proclaim my reason for being to the face of the entire world.
It's time. My hell has gone on far too long. It began at puberty. Sent away to boarding school, my friendships took on all the intensity and melancholy of the most tender feelings. At the swimming holes, my companion's shivering nakedness sent me into disturbing ecstasies. Drawing from classical models, I savored the noble male forms. A born pagan, I couldn't conceive of any virtue without clothing it in the harmonious shapes of an athlete, an adolescent hero, or a young god, and I sensually attuned the dreams and aspirations of my soul to the hymn of athletic flesh. At the same time, I found roosters and pheasants more beautiful than their hens, tigers and lions more magnificent than lionesses and tigresses. But I kept silent about my preferences and hid them. I even tried to deceive my own eyes and other senses. I crushed my heart and my flesh, trying to convince them they were mistaken, that their attractions were aberrations. So at school I loved, in hopeless desperation, William Percy, a young English lord, the very one who had nearly drowned me, without ever daring to show him anything more than brotherly devotion for the passion that was consuming me. After leaving Bodenberg Schloss, when I met you, Blandine, I believed that my love for you would bring me back into the common order, but unfortunately for us both, that meeting was merely an accident in my sexual life. Despite loyal and heroic efforts, a tyrannical concentration of will to fix my desires on the best and most desirable of women, my carnal longings soon turned away from you, and I loved you with nothing more than my soul, Blandine. At that time, remnants of Christian, or rather biblical, scruples made me disgusted with myself. I was horrified by what I was, and truly believed myself cursed, possessed, marked for the fires of Sodom. Then the injustice, the cruelty of my fate gradually reconciled me with myself. I reached the point of accepting only the testimony of my own conscience. Strong in my absolute honesty, I privately rebelled against the sexual orientation of the majority. Reading completed my education on the reason for and legitimacy of my desires. Artists, sages, heroes, kings, popes, even gods, justified and exalted through their example the worship of male beauty. Whenever I relapsed into doubt and remorse, to steel myself in my faith and my sexual religion, I reread Shakespeare's burning sonnets to William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, and the equally idolatrous ones by Michelangelo to the knight Tommaso di Cavalieri. I fortified myself by revisiting passages from Montaigne, Tennyson, Wagner, Walt Whitman, and Carpenter. I evoked the young men of Plato's Symposium the lovers of the sacred band of Thebes, Achilles and Patroclus, Damon and Pythias, Hadrian and Antinous, Chariton and Melanippus, Diocles, Cleomachus, I communed with all those generous masculine passions of antiquity and the Renaissance that are pedantically praised in school, while their magnificent eroticism, the inspiration behind absolute art, epic deeds, and supreme civic virtue, is carefully hidden from us. Yet my outward life continued to be one of constraint, of constant pretense. At the cost of a terrible discipline, I achieved mastery of the lie, but my honest, upright nature never stopped rebelling against this imposture. Imagine, my poor friend, the agonizing conflict between my open, expansive character and this mask that distorted and slandered my impulses and affinities. I can confess it to you now. More than once my carnal indifference toward women threatened to turn into outright hatred, and you yourself, my Blandine, you nearly drove me to fury against your entire sex. You, the best of women. The day you congratulated yourself on separating me from Guidon Govertz, I felt my nearly filial devotion for you transform into utter loathing. Under these circumstances, you'll understand that often, repressed and isolated, virtually excommunicated, I thought I was losing my mind. More than once, I slid down the slope toward real perversions. Since they call me a monster, I told myself, since I'm already fallen, socially condemned, I might as well enjoy the benefits of my disgrace. The sadistic crimes of a Gilles de Rais tempted my sleepless nights. Do you remember the child you once snatched from my arms? In a rage, I struck you with a knife, and yet you hadn't even read my hidden thought. Another day, when we were still living in the city, I approached a young street urchin on the docks, ragged like the little drifters of the Klarwatsch shores. Driven by a vile perversion, I was about to carry him off to a secluded spot behind a heap of bales. I lifted the boy in my arms. The little fellow was smiling broadly, not afraid at all, even though my face must have been as congested as a man being strangled. The gentleman wanted to play, no doubt, and would give him a coin afterward. The child was plump as a peach, as brown as his velvet rags, and his chestnut eyes sparkled with mischievous warmth. As I quickened my pace, my throat dry, he even started, affectionately, to tug at my little beard. The veil of sulphur and pitch was torn from my eyes. I remembered my childhood, my grandmother, you, Blandine, my angel. No, no, I set the little one down and fled. From then on I rejected those sinister impulses bred by Catholic faith. No, do not corrupt innocence, or at least spare the weak, I told myself. Breathe only the fragrance that rises toward you freely. Do not abuse the child who doesn't know himself or the man yet to come. Shortly after my grandmother died, I resolved to set out in search of the being I could love according to my nature. That's why I exiled myself to this island. I had a premonition I would find my chosen one here. Guidon had only to appear for my heart, to leap toward him at once. I recognized in him, along with aptitudes for the arts I love, a pride and a vision of life different from those of the domesticated crowd. Besides, how could anyone remain indifferent to the silent, delicate plea in his eyes? He had sensed me just as I had sensed him. He alone, the first, would satisfy my deepest need to exist. If our flesh has sinned, the most complete moral devotion was our accomplice. Our feelings were in harmony with our desires. But no, nature disavows nothing, rejects nothing that brings us bliss. It is the biblical religions that insist the earth bore us for abstinence and suffering. What a lie! What a vile creator that would be, one who delights in the torture of his creatures. By that logic, the worst sadism would be that of a supposed god of love. Our torment would be his pleasure. Now you understand my life, and you see why I speak to you with such pride despite the splendor of your soul, Blandine. You once knew some of my friends from my own class. excellent people, an elite capable of every indulgence and every understanding, thinkers, forward minds whom no speculation, however daring, seemed likely to alarm. You remember how eagerly they sought my company. Well, remember my sudden fits of sadness in their otherwise warm company, my long disappearances, my apparent sulking. What was the cause? In the middle of a light-hearted conversation, at the height of our confidences and shared feelings, I would ask myself what welcome those same friends would give me if they could read my soul, if they suspected how different I was. And at that thought alone, I would inwardly rebel against the disgrace they would certainly have inflicted on me, however superior and daring they claimed to be. The most generous would have refrained from any blame, but would have avoided me like a leper. How many times, in less refined circles, when I heard people denounce with horrible gestures and slurs lovers of my kind, was I on the verge of exploding, of declaring my solidarity with the so-called transgressors, and spitting in the face of all those implacable respectable people. And my suffering, too, when the conversation turned to romance and sexual conquests, forced to laugh, to join in this barrage of bawdy anecdotes, and even to contribute my own ribald tale or libertine exploit, I felt my stomach turn and reproached myself for my cowardly compliance. The shepherd of fire, whose legend you once heard me tell, refused to make a pilgrimage to Rome to throw himself at the Pope's feet and beg for mercy. That sinner rejected any arbiter between his conscience and the crowd. I was more humble. One day I wrote to a famous revolutionary, one of those torch-bearers thought to be ahead of their entire century, who dream of a world of fraternity, happiness, and love. I consulted him about my condition as if it concerned a friend of mine. The man from whom I expected consolation, a reassuring word, a sign of tolerance, answered with a letter of condemnation and excommunication. He cried anathema on the defector from sexual morality, showing himself as merciless toward exceptional beings as the Pope of the legend was toward the knight Tannhauser. Ha! That Pope of Revolution condemned me for life to the Venusberg, or better, the Uranienberg. That supreme excommunication, which should have driven me to despair, instead restored my sense of individual dignity, my duty to my own nature. I drew the strength to live in accordance with my conscience, with my needs, from the very injustice humanity had dealt me, but isolated I went through cycles of discouragement and revolt, and now you'll understand, my poor darling, my strange moods, my extravagances, my excesses, my reckless stunts. Yes, I was always seeking oblivion, and more than once death.
You've suffered more than I have,
Blandine told him, as he paused, relieved, with a kind of serenity, his face almost radiant, lit up with candor.
But at least you won't suffer on my account any longer. I'm converting to your religion of love. I'm shedding my last prejudices. I don't just forgive you. I admire you. I celebrate you. I'll consent to whatever you want. Rest easy, Henry. You won't hear another complaint from me, let alone a reproach. Guidon, the one you love in body and soul, will be my friend. I'll be his sister. We'll leave this place if you wish, Henry, and go live somewhere else, the three of us, modestly, but finally at peace and reconciled.
Overwhelmed by such selflessness, the Dickgrave cried out,
"Oh, if only I could love you as a mother even more tender than the best, my saintly Blandine, but only a mother."
She silenced him with this cry.
That's why something stopped me from going to find the other one in his prison.
There was triumph, even jubilation, in Blandine's despair. It was the sublime madness of sacrifice. The woman had risen to the level of an angel. She was to rise higher still, casting off all carnal jealousy. Matching action to promise, she asked Kehlmark to call Guidon, and when the young man appeared, she took his hands, placed them herself in those of his master, then pressed a chaste but deeply comforting kiss, like the peace of the grave, on the blushing forehead of the disciple. Following this ultimate explanation, the Dickgrave, to whom Blandine had revealed some of Landrillon's schemes, those of which she had not been the direct victim, dismissed the servant. The Count preferred to face the worst consequences of this firing rather than continue breathing the same air as that scoundrel, and Blandine, now entirely in accord with her master's views, no longer feared the scandal the wretch had always threatened her with. Landrillon was stunned by this unexpected dismissal. He'd thought he was close to his goal, that he had them both, Blandine and the Count, at his mercy. How dared they throw him out? Truly, he couldn't believe it. But though he was momentarily taken aback when Kehlmark, having summoned him, announced this dismissal point blank, his brazenness soon reasserted itself.
"Oh really, Monsieur le Comte?"
he sneered.
"You think our dealings end here? Not a chance. You haven't seen the last of me. I know plenty, because I've kept my eyes and ears open."
"Scum,"
said Kehlmark, his fearless, honest gaze forcing the villain to lower his eyes, the villain who had flattered himself that he could intimidate him.
"Get out. I laugh at your plots. However, be aware that at the slightest defamation targeting me or those I hold dear, I will hold you responsible and have you dragged before the courts."
And as the servant pursed his lips to launch some filthy remark, Kehlmark drove him out with a single gesture, head bowed, shoving the insult back down his throat. Having packed his bags, Landrillon, pale with rage, drunk with vengeance, sought out Blandine, hoping to fall back on her and terrorize her enough for both of them.
"So it's serious. You're declaring war on me. Watch out,"
he told her.
"Do what you like,"
replied Blandine, now as calm and assured as Kehlmark.
"We're prepared for anything from you."
"We? So you've made up with the sodomite. Let's be polite. Not squeamish, are we, little lady? We're going to share him with his boy. Just to be polite, of course. A threesome. My compliments."
These insinuations didn't draw so much as a flinch from her. She simply regarded him with contempt. This composure pushed the groom's astonishment to its peak. The bitch was slipping away from him. Did he no longer have any power over her? To make sure—
"Never mind all that,"
he went on.
"Enough joking. You made a pact with me. They're throwing me out. You'll follow me."
"Never."
"What did you say? You belong to me. Did you tell your pathetic lord that you took your pleasure with me? Or would you rather I told him?"
"He knows everything,"
she said. She was lying deliberately to preempt any attack from Landrillon. If he talked, the Count wouldn't believe him. The noble woman wanted Kehlmark never to know the extent to which she had sacrificed herself for his peace. She didn't want to humiliate him, or rather to cause him eternal grief by proving how much she had loved him.
"And despite that, he takes you back,"
Landrillon observed.
"Disgusting! Truly, you deserve each other. So you still love him, that washed-up wreck?" "You said it. And if anything, more than ever. You belong to me. I want you, and right now, if only one last time."
"Never again. I'm free now, and I laugh at all your schemes."
Landrillon was so completely caught off guard by this turnaround, and so cowed by the desperately resolute manner of the masters of Escal-Vigor, that once outside, he didn't dare follow through with his conspiracy or reveal what he had seen, or, at the very least, what he suspected. In the village, he claimed to have left Escal-Vigor of his own accord in order to set up on his own, and since no one at the castle contradicted this version, the unexpected event didn't generate too much gossip. Not yet daring to openly confront his former master, he set about undermining his popularity. He paid assiduous court to Claudie, who had always been amused by his bawdy swagger, and he flattered the vanity of the farmer of Les Pèlerins. Rebuffed by Blandine, he was setting his sights on the rich heiress of the farm, But this new whim he would put in service of the unquenchable hatred he now bore toward the Dickgrave's mistress, one of those hatreds that are love gone wrong, for he had started wanting desperately again the woman who had escaped him and made a fool of him. She was cheating him, robbing him, stripping him of what was his. Landrelon also began attending services, Dom Balthas's sermons. He wormed his way into the good graces of the pastor's wife and the two old maids, the farmer's sisters. The former servant didn't dare act openly yet, but he would unleash a terrible storm against Kehlmark, his concubine, and their favourite. Their pride, their audacity were beyond him.
Honestly, the nerve of them, the sheer gall. Reconciling habits like those with dignity. The only thing left is for them to boast about their shame.
The rogue didn't know what a good prophet he was. He believed he had every right to despise his former master. The countless depravities to which he, a soldier sold body and soul, an absolute prostitute, had given himself over during his time in military prison, were just trifles of no consequence. Since time immemorial, vice has condemned true love, and the Kehlmarks have been the rehabilitation of the Landrelons. The mob will always prefer Barabbas to Jesus. To start with, Landrelon would work to detach Michel Gauverts from the Lord of Escal-Vigor, to cool the father and daughter's warm enthusiasm, to stoke the virago's resentment against Blandine, and then to vaguely impugn the relationship between Guidon and Kehlmark.
In your place,
he ventured to say one day to Michel and Claudie,
I wouldn't leave young Guidon at the castle. The Count's sham marriage with that shrew is a bad example for a young man.
From their puzzled smiles, he realized he was on the wrong track and didn't press the point. Landrelon couldn't have provided proof of the scandalous accusations he was burning to make against the master of Escal-Vigor. To think the schemer had once hoped to produce Blandine as a witness against him. Forewarned and on guard, the Count would be extremely careful not to expose himself, to compromise himself, to fall into any trap. He kept up appearances perfectly. Guidon's presence at the castle was justified in every respect. Far from letting him go, the Count had just taken him on as his secretary. For a moment, Thibaut considered bribing witnesses, corrupting the labourers of Klarvach, the 5 strongmen the Count employed for castle work and who posed in his studio. But those simple, rough fellows were devoted to their master and would have beaten the enemy senseless at the first word he breathed of his plan. He would need to be cunning to win them over in another way, gradually, without forcing things. For the time being, he confined himself to working on those in Klarvach who didn't work full-time at the castle, the photogenic sailors, the extras in the athletic games and decorative tournaments, the performers in the sort of masques and tableaux vivants composed by the Dickgrave. Landrelon gradually turned them against the 5 privileged men, and especially against the little favourite, the lead roles in these masquerades, as the servant called them. He himself, having been strictly excluded from these aesthetic interludes on grounds of vulgarity, the extras eventually agreed with Landrelon that the influence of Guidon Gauverts, that little beardless brat, over the Dickgrave was far too great. Turned against the page, they wouldn't be long, calculated this Machiavelli of the dung heap in looking less favourably on the lord of the castle as well. Meanwhile, the former servant, who had opened a kind of wayside tavern between the Escal-Vigor park and the village of Zoutbertinge, drew the suspicious attention of the local notables to the excessive interest Henry showed in the barefoot vagrants of Klarvach, the dregs of the Smaragdine Island. Landrelon now saw Balthus Bomberg frequently. He confined himself to discussing the sham household of Blandine and the Count, without yet hinting at a moral irregularity far more shocking, monstrous. The pastor, who was racking his brain to bring down and destroy the Dickgrave, would never have imagined, even in his wildest thoughts, a weapon as diabolical as the one Landrillon planned to use. What a terrible explosion! If that mine ever went off, the worst scoundrels would have to abandon the unworthy favourite. Not a single honest man on the island would extend his hand to the outcast.
How can we go about it, my dear Monsieur Landrillon?
The curate meanwhile asked his new ally.
To exorcise them, to turn these fanatics around, to pry them away from this enchanter, this corrupter.
Oh yes, corrupter isn't too strong a word.
Landrillon interrupted with a private laugh that would have aroused suspicion in anyone other than this rigorous but narrow-minded pastor.
Mind you,
the latter protested,
I don't bear any personal grudge against this wicked nobleman. I'm driven solely by my zeal for religion, good morals, and the cause of righteousness.
To do things properly, Reverend Sir.
Landrillon went on with his sly weasel face.
We'd need to discover in the Count de Kehlmark a transgression that offends a terrible and practically ineradicable prejudice in our social and Christian order. You understand what I mean? An abomination that cries out for vengeance not only to heaven, but to the least scrupulous of sinners.
Yes, but who will furnish us with proof of such a crime?
Sighed Bomberg.
Patience, Reverend Sir, patience!
The wicked servant nasally intoned with sly caution. Bomberg kept his ecclesiastical superiors informed of the more favourable turn their affairs were taking. Continually worked on by Landrillon, Claudy was beginning to grow impatient with the Count de Kehlmark's delays and hesitations. What made her even angrier was that the rejected suitors in the area didn't hold back from mocking her and even singing songs about her in the taverns. Landrillon led her to believe that Blandine still held the Dickgrave under her spell, so the lumbering girl resented the stewardess, that stuck-up woman, more and more. Just as guarded with Claudy as with Bomberg, Landrillon was careful not to put the fiery peasant on the true scent just yet.
Oh, we'll see some fun the day Claudy learns the whole truth. There'll be hell to pay.
The schemer mused, rubbing his hands and laughing up his sleeve. He revelled in anticipation, savouring, rehashing his revenge, sensuously honing the decisive weapon, sharpening it on the stone, wanting to strike only when the blow was sure and he was safe. Claudy, however, had not given up on her grand plan. She would win Kehlmark from her pale rival. Seeing her still so smitten with the Dickgrave, Landrillon, whose vigilant hatred served him as prophetic insight, began by revealing the Count's financial difficulties, then predicted the great lord's downfall and even his imminent departure. Contrary to the servant's expectations, Claudy, though somewhat surprised, only felt more drawn to the ruined nobleman. She almost welcomed the disaster, flattering herself that she could win the Count, if not through love, then through money. From that moment on, she even nursed a little plan, one she considered infallible, which she breathed to no one. If Kehlmark was ruined, or nearly so, Claudy was rich enough for two. Besides, there was always the title of Countess, the prestige attached to Escal-Vigor. The Gauvaerts family felt well able to restore the lustre of the Kehlmark coat of arms. In the meantime, Claudy appeared to join in the movement of disapproval that Landrillon maintained, and stoked against the Dickgrave, and even seemed to openly encourage the lackey's advances. In the parish, the local men didn't hesitate to say that, disappointed at not being able to snag the Countess's coronet, she had settled for the livery. It was part of Claudy's personal strategy to completely isolate the Dickgrave, to turn all of Smaragdis against him. Then, when he was utterly cornered, she would appear as his salvation. She would even set Kehlmark at odds with the burgomaster and take young Gaiden back. Already Kehlmark had resigned from his position as Dickgrave. He was also giving up his chairmanships of guilds and social clubs. He was withdrawing from communal life. No more generosity, no more festivals. That was all it took for him to lose 2/3 of his popularity. Claudie had reconciled with her father's 2 sisters without his knowledge. Authorized and egged on by their niece, they forced their brother to give in.
You'll break with the master of Escal-Vigor, or we'll have your darling Claudie disinherited.
Gauvaerts might have fought back, but he didn't have the right to jeopardize his children's future. Claudie came to the rescue and declared she no longer wanted to become a countess. Moreover, she attacked her father through his vanity. Ever since the Count had returned to the area, he, Michel Gauvaerts, counted for nothing anymore. He was burgomaster in name only. Gauvaerts ended up throwing himself into the pastor's arms. It was quite an event when the father and daughter returned to the church. The pastor thundered with more venom than ever against the lord of the manor and his concubine. During the service, Claudie stared with hungry curiosity at the frescoes depicting the martyrdom of St. Olfgar. Whenever he reconciled with Bomberg, the burgomaster inevitably fell out with Kehlmark. Gauvaerts, still guided by his daughter, deepened the rift by recalling young Gwyden. But in the meantime, the boy had come of age, and he gave his father the same reception he had once given the minister's overture. The boy's defiance surprised Claudie, but she gave it no further thought. As for the inhabitants of Escal-Vigor, they now lived only for themselves. Since Landrillon's dismissal, Kehlmark had stopped visiting the pilgrims. That was precisely what had driven Claudie to wage war on him. Kehlmark, transformed once more, had recovered all his courage and his noble philosophy. During the period of his agonizing explanations with Blandine, he had sunk back into his dark moods. Now he had reclaimed himself, casting off his last Christian bonds. He believed himself to be more than a rebel, an apostle. He would be the one to take the offensive and judge his judges. While waiting for the chance to step onto that stage, he armed himself with reading, compiled documents, and gathered illustrious and vindicating examples from history and literature. The doctor once consulted by Madame de Kehlmark could certainly never have guessed what kind of apostleship would be taken up by the boy in whom he foresaw genius and an exceptional destiny. At what point did Landrillon decide to secretly share with Bomberg, and with him alone, his strong suspicions about the Count's conduct? Probably the day Claudie gave him to understand that she still had deep feelings for Kehlmark. At the first word the minister learned of his enemy's passionate aberration, he feigned a kind of scandalized grief and professional pity. Inwardly he was exultant. But how to exploit this blessed disgrace against the Count? There was no proof, and even if proof had been found, it would have meant publicly exposing young Gauvaerts' shame. The two allies agreed to wait for a more opportune moment. Who knew, perhaps one day they might manage to turn the wayward boy against his vile corrupter. In the meantime, as the Dickgraves' popularity continued to decline, Landrillon would resume working on, with some hope of success, those drifters from Clarvach whom the Count had so long kept as his preferred entourage, and the most defiant of whom still remained in his service.
How did I not figure all this out sooner?
Bomberg thought after the informer had left, slapping his forehead.
What an utter fool I am. Everything should have tipped me off, given me an inkling of these horrors. Hadn't the libertines' parents loved each other to a degree that cries out for heaven's vengeance? Living only for themselves, for each other, reducing the universe's very reason for being to their exclusive physical and spiritual pairing. In their monstrous selfishness, they hadn't even wanted children, so afraid were they of distracting each other.
The minister had been informed of this detail by his predecessor. Henry had only been born by accident after several years of that unnatural marriage. Moreover, in the already distant time when Henry de Kehlmark had been tormented by guilt over his inversion, having learned from his grandmother to what excess his parents had adored each other, he attributed this anomaly to the impious regret his parents must have felt at his conception. No doubt they had resented bringing into the world a being who would intrude as a third party into their love. The young count had long imagined he had been conceived under the weight of that maternal resentment. The feeling of aversion had not persisted in that loving woman. Henry had proof of that. Nevertheless, until the day of his complete moral emancipation, he remained convinced that a child conceived under the influence of such antipathy was fatally destined to have his own affinities thrown into upheaval, repaying womankind in general with the same repugnance his mother had momentarily shown him. Such was still Bomberg's conviction. But now Henry had returned to a sense of his own dignity, autonomy, and conscience. With Guidon and Blandine, he felt strong enough to found the religion of absolute love, both homosexual and heterosexual alike. He exalted himself like a confessor on the eve of departing for a great and fateful mission. In a few days, Kehlmark, Blandine, and Guidon would leave Escal-Vigor for good. Blandine, warned by premonitions, was even accelerating the preparations for departure. She was eager to return to the city and the villa where the Dowager Kehlmark had passed away. Landrillon could see his prey slipping away. He flattered himself that he would win Claudie, but perhaps he was even more intent on taking revenge on the people at the castle, so he resolved to force events on both fronts. It was the eve of the wild Kermesse of Smaragdis, the sacred day of betrothals. Landrillon went to the pilgrims and pressed Claudie to choose between the Count and himself. The sturdy girl asked him for a few hours' grace. She intended to make one final appeal to the Count the next morning.
What is it with all of you women throwing yourselves at this man?
Landrillon protested.
No, Claudie, there's nothing to be gained by fixating on him. Turn to me instead. Now that he's ruined, I'm worth more than him in every way. Say yes.
Not until I've spoken to him one last time.
It's no use. You might as well try to warm up a cold fish, or make a man out of a...
Landrillon caught himself and didn't yet let slip the terrible word on the tip of his tongue.
You just need to know how to handle him,
Claudie remarked.
Girls more tempting than you have wasted their efforts. Come now, you really want to become a countess that badly?
As a matter of fact, yes.
But I'm telling you, he hasn't got a penny to his name. It's Blandine who keeps him. In a few days they'll have left the country and the castle will be sold. If you wanted, Claudie, we could get married and buy Escal-Vigor ourselves.
No, Kehlmark will be my husband. A castle needs a countess. Besides, he doesn't love that Blandine anymore.
But he doesn't love you either.
He will.
Never.
Why never?
You'll see.
Listen,
she said.
You know the custom on this island. Tomorrow is the great day of the Kermesse, the feast of Saint Olfgar. Now, despite the Catholic and Protestant bishops, ever since the women of Smaragdis tore apart the apostle who refused their desire, every anniversary of the martyrdom, the young women have the custom of declaring themselves to whatever shy or reluctant boy they want for a husband. I'm going to exercise that right. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Escal-Vigor, and I'm confident I'll come back from the castle with the Lord's promise.
Fat chance.
You don't believe me? Well, I'm so sure of it that if he refuses me, I'll give myself to you, Landrillon. I'll be your wife, and even tomorrow night, after the dance, I'll pay up on the spot.
With this blunt promise, the proud girl believed she was committing herself to nothing.
In that case, I'll run and have our banns published.
Landrillon exulted, knowing far better than the clumsy girl where his former master's matrimonial inclinations actually lay.
May Saint Olfgar smile upon you,
he added with a snicker as she walked away, convinced of her conquest. The Dickgrave received Claudy with great dignity and courtesy. His air of serene melancholy initially overawed the visitor. She ended up telling him, without any diplomatic preamble, the purpose of her visit. Kehlmark did not rebuff her. He stopped her with a distant gesture and thanked her with a smile that, to the coarse peasant girl, looked like a challenge, a mockery. She was incapable of seeing in it an immense, a tragic renunciation.
"You're laughing,"
she protested angrily.
"But consider, Monsieur le Comte, that count though you may be, I'm every bit your equal. The Gewurz family, established in Smaragdis just as long as the Kehlmarks, is nearly as noble as its lords."
But turning suddenly, coaxing and pleading,
"Listen, Monsieur le Comte,"
she went on, ready to give herself to him had he encouraged her with the slightest sign.
"I love you. Yes, I love you. I even imagined for a long time that you loved me,"
she said, raising her voice, exasperated by that serene composure in which she couldn't detect a spent grief, the scar of a wound that had long been incurable.
"You used to show me some kindness. I didn't seem to displease you 3 years ago, when you first settled here. Why the pretense? I believed you, and I dreamed of becoming your wife. Sure of that, I turned away the wealthiest suitors in the region, even men of standing from the city."
As he didn't breathe a word, after a silence, she decided to strike the decisive blow.
"Listen,"
she went on.
"Word has it that your affairs aren't going so well anymore. Begging your pardon, if you were willing, there might perhaps be a way."
This time he went pale, but in a measured, gentle tone.
My good girl, the Kehlmarks are not for sale. You'll find more than one suitable husband among your own kind, but please believe it's not out of pride that I refuse your offer. I simply cannot love you, do you understand? I cannot. Take my advice. Accept a good, honest man for a husband. There's no shortage of them on this prosperous island. I'm not the companion you need.
The more he spoke with earnest, wise persuasion, the more Claudy's passion boiled over. She was tempted to see in him nothing but a haughty deceiver, a vain, arrogant man who had been mocking her.
"You just said a Kehlmark wasn't for sale,"
she said, panting with spite.
"Perhaps I simply didn't offer enough. Mademoiselle Blandine, from what people say, has managed to get you to accept a few favours."
Oh, Claudie,
he said in a pained tone that still did not disarm her.
That's enough. Let's end this conversation, child. You're becoming cruel. But I don't hold it against you. Goodbye.
His cold, fixed gaze, strangely chaste, in which some unnameable faith, some resolution, was concentrated, dismissed her more effectively than any gesture. She stormed out, slamming the doors, outraged.
"Well then,"
said Landrillon, who had been lying in wait for her at the entrance to the park.
"What did I tell you? He doesn't love you. He'll never love you."
"But what kind of man is he? Am I not beautiful, the most beautiful of all? Where does such coldness come from?"
Easy enough to explain. You don't have to look far. He's, how shall I put it, the Saint Olfgar type. No, that's an insult to the great saint.
"What do you mean?"
To put it more plainly, this fine gentleman had the bad taste to prefer your brother to you.
She burst out laughing in his face, despite her fury. What a joker this Landrillon was.
It's no laughing matter. It's just as I'm telling you.
"You're lying! You're raving! How can you come out with such nonsense?"
It gets better. Guidon returns the feeling.
"Impossible!"
Then put the boy to the test. It's simple enough. He's turned 21, I presume, though he barely looks it. You've just invoked one of the island's customs. There's another that applies to your brother. Tonight, Isn't every young man his age required to go to the dance and choose a partner, temporary or permanent? I'll wager the young gentleman will prove just as frigid in front of any girl as his protector was before you just now.
So be it!
Claudie hissed in a voice that was both low and sibilant.
The hypocrites! The monsters! But woe to them!
Well now, so you finally see the light. About time. By fawning over you, that noble lord was flattering himself he could throw people off the scent of his real desires.
And he told her everything he had observed, inventing, embellishing, wherever he couldn't back up his claims with first-hand evidence. She was choking with spite, but above all displayed a virtuous disgust.
Listen,
she said to Thibaut.
I'll give myself to you. This very evening. I swear it. But first, you'll avenge me on all of them, starting with my brother, that sneak, that rotten creature I disown.
With the cunning intelligence of hatred, she was resolved to strike at Guidon in order to wound Kehlmark more deeply.
No scenes, above all,
said Landrillon.
Don't worry. The moment is on our side. The Kermesse will excuse plenty of wild behaviour,
she murmured with a terrible smile. For the honour of the Gauvaerts' name, she would not divulge what she knew of her brother's situation with the Dyke grave. She would merely put Guidon in a humiliating and unpleasant position. She would set him up against some rough girls who would have been sufficiently primed for an assault by liquor and beer, but as events would prove, she had overestimated her own self-control and failed to account for the fury and frenzy of her vengeance. On that day, after noon, the women of Smaragdis roam in packs from stall to stall, from tavern to tavern, raucous, rowdy, provocative, and then sweep along the roads from evening deep into the night. For their part, the young men also prowl in clusters, arm in arm. The males make overtures to the females, but the women prove even more aggressive. At the start of the campaign, it's only skirmishing, a simple barrage of bawdy remarks, strutting and bluster. Both sides taunt each other, work each other up, 1,000 teasing ploys they provoke with words and even gestures. Furtive embraces, shoves, groping, ruses and charades. Desire is dangled, reckonings are dodged. The two camps, the two sexes act like enemies exchanging fire, each on guard, holding their ground. They size each other up, call out, disparage, haggle, and horse trade. Lovers are forbidden to pair off before evening. In the dance halls, men spin and whirl among themselves, and the women do the same, grotesque and brazen dances, brawny, lewd dances. If during the day a band of women encounters a column of young men, a crossfire erupts, a cannonade of obscene, outrageous remarks. The scrimmages drag on just long enough to steal or surrender a kiss, amid shoving, pinching, and other such trifles. Blouses and bodices, skirts and trousers crumple and chafe against the contortions. At nightfall, after sunset, and after a kind of furious fanfare is sounded at the four corners of the island, the era of serious engagements begins. The lovers rejoin their sweethearts, and as soon as they form, the pairs, whether betrothed or partners for a single night, become sacred to the hunting packs, which continue to surge forward, clamoring and surging through the complicit darkness. At each collision, defections occur on both sides, and pairings form between deserters. As bold as the men, the women eventually find their matches. The columns thin out with each round of these repeated eliminations. It goes on until all, or very nearly all, have claimed their dancers and their bedfellows for the rest of the festival. The last ones left, naturally, are the most frenzied. Sometimes the sport of the rogues consists of dodging their pursuit, getting themselves hunted down and chased by these women in a frenzy, They pretend to give up the game, play hide and seek, and seem to want to escape the amorous duty. Worked up by the drink, the dancing, the physical contact, the writhing, hoarse and nearly frothing, they roamed like she-wolves in heat from crossroads to crossroads, or crouched hidden in the thickets, silent, lying in wait for prey. In the distance, mocking songs answered their desperate ones. The quarry taunted them, taking pleasure in throwing off and frustrating the ravenous huntresses. Woe to the straggler, the loner, he paid for the rest. Woe even to the outsider or stranger they accosted, he was ordered to make his choice or to follow and serve whichever one fate assigned him to. Grim stories had long fueled the repertoire of ballad singers, and Olfgar was far from the only victim of the lust of the she-hounds of Smaragdis. Henry de Kehlmark was well aware of these violent traditions, so, however fond he was of colourful diversions, he had always avoided going out on this particular Kermesse afternoon. It was in fact the only public festival, the only local tradition he shunned. People had excused his absence until now, given the excesses and sheer enormity of the Saturnalia. Such an eminent figure could hardly be expected to mingle with those wild creatures. On that day, respectable girls also locked themselves indoors, as did young married couples and engaged pairs who preferred less incendiary displays of affection. Claudy's visit had left Kehlmark in a state of depression he hadn't experienced in some time. He was distressed by the hatred this virago would bear him. He even reproached himself for not having confessed the truth to her, but that would have meant betraying Guidon, perhaps ruining him. No, what he had been able to admit to a saint like Blandine, he could not reveal to a creature as coarse as Claudy. More justifiably, he regretted the romantic charade he had kept up with her for so long. Guidon, unsettled by his friend's unease, Kehlmark had thought it best not to mention Claudy's visit, had expressed his intention to go out and take a stroll around the fair, hoping the fresh air would do him good. Henry tried to hold him back, to talk him out of going. But the young Govarts felt as though he were being imperiously summoned out there, to the village. Hidden snares and malevolent forces surrounded them.
No, let me go,
he finally said to Kehlmark.
Together we'll only feed each other's fever and this dread that apparently comes with the anniversary. We'd end up quarrelling, or at least not getting along as well. I've never felt so irritable and so wretched. It's like a moral rash. These fumes of bestial madness reach even our retreat. Better to face them in the open air. Besides, since we're leaving tomorrow, this will be my last walk through Smaragdis, my farewell to the native island where I suffered so much, but only to love and feel all the more, to find myself in you.
Kehlmark tried in vain to dissuade him from this outing. Guidon seemed drawn by an occult force that imperiously called him outside. Without suspicion, young Govarts had lingered at the fairground, idling with old friends. The thought that he was about to leave them forever lent them a new appeal. He went to try his hand at archery, at the pole and the cradle game, played skittles and quoits. He ran to wrestle bare to the waist with the men of Klarvach, enjoying these courteous and even friendly grapples, these warm clinches. He was thrown down a few times. He threw others down, smiling at his own strength and supple grace, forgetting in that moment the deeper joys of mind and art. Guidon didn't even think about the crucial fact of this particular day, that he had just reached his majority, that he was now of age for an obligatory liaison with a local girl. The customs and laws of Smaragdis had slipped from his mind. His thoughts were already drifting toward the beyond. Meanwhile, drawn by the cries first raised by the victim and his tormentors, other women and other villagers had come running from the roasting stalls and dance halls. Drunk and titillated, as soon as they learned what was happening, they applauded and cheered, finding the joke deliciously entertaining. A crowd gathered, forming a circle, elbowing for a view. Couples who had slipped away interrupted their intimate pleasures to come take part in this erotic spectacle. Very young boys, the urchins of Klarwatch, the torch-bearers from the serenades, lit up the atrocious scene with gaping mouths or mimicked its obscenity. Others called to each other like hyenas at a kill, and while the circus brass kept blaring, this laughter was truly that of desecrating animals. The young men who had lusted after Claudie courted her with clumsy, lascivious gyrations, while she continued to incite these frenzied revelers with word and gesture. Why didn't they tear him apart alive? Was he going to perish, dissected under their nails? Centuries past had probably seen the ancestral grandmothers of these torturers unleash themselves the same way on shipwreck survivors, dancing around a pyre of wreckage, and in legendary times Saint Olfgar must have seen the same cannibal grins mocking his death throes. Landrillon, irredeemably compromised, dropped all restraint and, darting from one person to the next, told his version of the mysteries of Escal-Vigor, revealing to anyone who would listen the debaucheries of Guidon and his protector, putting religion and public morals on his side. The obscene villain became a righteous avenger, the crime an act of public health and justice. It had taken only a single word of accusation from the wretch to make the entire island drunk with rage, beside itself. Not one person who wouldn't have kicked the guilty man in the back. Some held their sides laughing, others thought he hadn't had enough yet.
"When you've finished him off,"
Landrillon told the women,
"we'll throw him in the sea."
Yes, into the sea with the wretch.
And they were about to carry him to the shore through the fairground, when a diversion occurred. Since his friend's departure, the Count de Kehlmark had known no peace. He couldn't sit still. His agitation grew as the distant Kermesse approached its peak of frenzy. He was suffocating, as if waiting for a storm slow to break.
What a torment of pleasure,
he said to Blandine, who was trying, maternal and soothing, to distract him from his anguish.
They've never carried on like this before. Listening to those shouts, you'd think they were amusing themselves by slitting each other's throats.
In previous years, the cacophony, the fairground uproar, firecrackers, whistles, barrel organs, and cornets had never reached him in such loaded gusts. Today, too, the electric atmosphere was tinged with waves of sweat, drunkenness, feasting, and lust. Would this hateful afternoon of Saturnalia never end? It grew far worse when the sun went down, and the erotic death call of the trumpets had echoed from one cape of Smaragdus to the other, adding a kind of brassy haze to the red agonies of the dying sky, and human voices, shriller and more paroxysmal still, took up the furious signal of the fanfares and amplified it as if to set the darkness ablaze. Kehlmark could bear it no longer. Taking advantage of a moment when Blandine was busy with supper preparations, he threw himself into the park. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing note, a cry even more agonizing than the calls of Guidon's bugle beneath the elm avenue on the evening of their first encounter, rose above the metallic din. Kehlmark recognized his friend's voice.
"They're killing him."
Propelled forward by this terrible certainty, he ran headlong into the night, guided by the screams and the wailing. As he reached the edge of the park, about to emerge onto the very avenue where the assault was continuing, there came a fresh burst of jeering and shouting, and he heard the name of his beloved mixed into the murderous uproar. The next instant he hurled himself into the mob, his strength increased tenfold, shoving aside the grim onlookers, scattering and striking down the savages. With the cry of a tigress throwing herself over her young, he freed Guidon, unconscious, battered and ragged, defiled, kissed him and lifted him in his arms. His stature seemed to have grown. Armed with a cane, he swung it in terrible arcs. the circle widened around him, and slowly, facing the madmen and the furies, he retreated toward the park. But Landrillon and Claudie rallied the others, momentarily stunned by this majestic intervention. There was a redoubling of insults. The crowd's fury shifted from young Gauvards to the Dickgrave. No one took his side. His most fervent supporters, the beggars of Clarvach, having learned the accusation against him, fell silent, crestfallen and distressed, holding back, refusing to take up his cause. Landrillon threw the first stone. People hurled at the Dickgrave whatever they could find. Archers who had come to compete for the prizes at the pole and cradle targets shamelessly aimed at the once generous king of their guild. An arrow struck him under the arm, another pierced Guidon's throat and sent blood spraying across Henry's face. Kehlmark, heedless of his own wound, never stopped gazing at and kissing the brutalized body of his friend. But struck a second time, near the heart, he fell with his precious burden. As they rushed forward to finish him off, a woman in white stepped in front of them, arms spread wide, offering her chest to their blows. And her majesty, her grief were such, above all, the heroic calm and divine self-sacrifice spread across her face, that everyone drew back, and Claudie pushed Landrillon away from her forever, as he tried to drag her off to claim his promised reward, only to throw herself, mad for good, into her father's arms, where she burst out laughing in the face of the sordid Bomberg. Blandine did not speak a word, shed not a tear, let out not a cry. But her presence rallied the good souls. The 5 paupers, Kehlmark's favourites, overcame their cowardly obedience to the mob's will and hoisted onto their shoulders Kehlmark and Guidon, entwined in a shared agony. The rough men wept, converted. Blandine led the way to the chateau. So as not to carry the wounded men upstairs, a bed was made for them on the billiard table. The 2 friends regained consciousness almost simultaneously. Opening their eyes, they fixed them on Conradin and Frederick of Baden, then looked at each other, smiled, remembered the slaughter, embraced tightly, and, their lips no longer parting, they waited for the moment of their last breaths.
And me,
murmured Blandine.
Won't you say a word of farewell to me, Henry? Think how much I loved you.
Kehlmark turned toward her.
Oh,
he murmured,
if only I could love you in eternity, as you deserve to be loved on this earth, sublime woman. But,
he added, taking Guidon's hand again,
I would want to love you, my Blandine, while also continuing to cherish this one, this child of delights. Yes, to remain myself, Blandine, not to change, to stay faithful to the end to my true, rightful nature. If I had my life to live over, this is how I would want to love, even if I had to suffer as much and even more than I have suffered. Yes, Blandine, my sister, my only friend, even if I had to make you suffer again as I made you suffer. And blessed be our death, all 3 of us, Blandine, for we will precede you only briefly out of this world. Blessed be our martyrdom, which will redeem, liberate, and at last exalt all loves.
And his lips having reclaimed the boy's lips, desperately offered to his own, Guidon and Henry mingled their breath in a final kiss. Blandine closed their eyes, both of them, then, stoic, at once pagan and saintly, she uttered precursory prayers to the new revelation, no longer conscious of anything earthly or of the present, except an infinite emptiness in her heart, an emptiness that no human image could ever fill again. Would the god finally call her to his heaven?